Okay, it is 5:30 now, and everyone's here, which is fantastic. If please stand for acknowledgement of country. City of Victor Harbor acknowledges traditional custodians, acknowledge their deep respect as
The City of Victor Harbor is committed to diversity, equity and inclusion. We respect people of all ages, abilities, genders, sexualities, religions, cultures and backgrounds.
We recognise the brave individuals who have served and continue to serve our nation. We remember those who have lost their lives and paid the ultimate sacrifice to our country.
completed. Thank you very much for that. Welcome to the gallery. Looks like we've got a gallery today. We've got lots of interesting things on tonight's agenda. We don't have any apologies or leaves of absence. And I'd also welcome those people that are tuning in from home on the Council's live streaming. You might have to excuse me. Hopefully my voice will stay with me for the rest of the night, but that horrible cold that was going around has struck again. I think I'm getting over it, but I might sound a bit husky. The first item on the agenda is an item that was adjourned from the previous meeting. Director Pathouse can speak to it if you need to, and it's the current motion that Council approves the Town Crier guidelines to be applied parallel with the Victor Harbor Town Crier job description and protocols document. I know that Director Pathouse has had another meeting with Mike Willett. He's asked him for some further feedback, but I don't think we've received anything to date from him from that discussion. And there's been a bit of a tweaking to the document from that discussion. The motion before Council was moved by Councillor Quinton and it was seconded by Councillor Henderson. I'm happy for the debate to continue. If you have spoken before, I'm happy to speak again in relation to this. Is there anything that you want to say, Councillor Quinton? No. Councillor Henderson? No. Does anybody else want to speak in relation to this? Councillor Burns?
Thank you very much. I just had a question. I was just trying to understand the example that was given for the appropriate use of the Town Crier, and I understand the sensitivity to First Nation people in most areas of Australia. I'm just trying to understand relevance Australia Day would particularly. And the reason I asked that was the landing of the British was on the 28th of December in 1834, and the Australia Day was established in 1950. After the First World War as a fundraising exercise. South Australia didn't participate in that. It had Proclamation Day up until, and it became a national holiday to reflect, respect and celebrate the Australian spirit and the best of the country, to bring communities together to celebrate their differences. So I can understand people in New South Wales, for example, the date that 26th January is when they moved from Port Jackson, established a new colony on the 7th of February. The British actually arrived on the 8th. So I was just trying, in South Australia, and I'm not worried, I was just trying to understand why Australia Day, like if you said Proclamation Day, the day that the British came, if you said 28th of June 1838 when Victor Harbour was established, I could understand that. So I'm just trying to understand.
So I think on page 5 of the agenda, there's feedback in relation to the notes coming from the MEPAC consultation and the comments from the MEPAC members in terms of some First Nations re-traumatised by the ringing of the bell as it associates with colonisation and the uniform that is worn. And so Australia Day, if that happens, that is difficult for them. I don't know, Director Pathouse, if you want to add anything else to that?
Oh, just through the Mayor, I'm not sure if the question's around Australia Day as the example,
Yes.
or why Australia Day would be an example.
Yeah, correct. Why Australia Day in South Australia would be an example.
As opposed to a Proclamation Day or something like that.
Correct. And if it was other states, totally understand that because it's associated with the First Fleet arrival, where Australia Day in South Australia was about communities coming together and celebrating their differences. And I would have thought that's something that is a good thing.
Yeah, through the Mayor, any one of those could have been cited as an example. Australia Day is essentially the one that's been borne out as the event where the town crier has requested that he be able to do a little bit more on. Likewise, in consultation with the First Nations group, they still see that as being a particularly sensitive day for them as well. So it's up there with other sensitive days and sensitive times, but is purely just an example. We would do well to probably not focus on the single example. It's probably the more the tone of how things need to happen.
Consultation, I think, is a good approach. And whilst people are sensitive, I'm also cognitive of the fact that we say in our preamble that we respect all cultures. So that should work both ways.
Indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Karimba.
Thank you, Mayor. I did a little bit of research into this topic, and I wanted to get a better understanding of our residents and ratepayers in the area of Victor Harbour that are identified as Aboriginal and Indigenous. And I thought it might be interesting to note there's 266 people here that identify with the median age being 20, which to me was quite interesting. The average income is $1,268, which I think is higher than the average income here in this area. My concerns are that we talk about inclusivity and, in our statement we just said before, equity and inclusion and diversity, but it seems to me by starting to remove the ability of the town crier and what he used to do here, we're actually doing the opposite of that, and we're actually doing that considering that we have a very large part of our population that probably is related to the English. And I think that I understand the cultural sensitivity, but I think that we have competing interests here and we have to take that in consideration when doing this. My other concern is this is just sort of the beginning, and I'm hoping that we're not going to lead to a point where we're not celebrating Australia Day, or this council has any intention to not celebrate Australia Day as other councils around Australia have done. So I guess, these are things that I'd like to bring up in the chamber so that everybody can consider this when taking this vote, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karimba. Are there any further discussions? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I know that the adjournment motion talked about further consultation, and in the commentary there's been no meetings with the First Nation representatives to continue the consultation and discussions around the town crier and the role of the town crier. So to me, we're still at the beginning, as we were at the last time this was brought to the chamber. We haven't progressed any further, and I don't believe we can continue to vote on this without the adjournment motion being carried out to its fullest. And I think we need to potentially adjourn this motion again until there is a proper consultation process with all parties concerned, and so that we can get a better understanding of the sensitivities around these issues. Because when you look at example, Australia Day has been used, but that Australia Day can mean a lot of things to many people, you know, and I see and how the Aboriginal people see that as a very sensitive day to them, but to other cultures and that, we are a multicultural country. And I think when we look at what Australia Day represents, I think it's to bring together a multicultures to celebrate such a great country that we have. I don't think it's about the settlement of Australia. I think it's about what we have today. So, because I think if it was going to be Australia Day, they would have recognised that around the beginning of the time that the country was settled, that we'll celebrate, like the 4th of July was Independence Day for America, because that's when they got independence from the British. So I think it means a lot of things to a lot of people. So I think we've got to be mindful of that. But I will move a formal motion to adjourn this until we have further consultation to the next council meeting, until we have the parties come together as the adjournment motion was designed to do.
It may be that you need more time than the next council meeting. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you for the advice, Mayor Jenkins. Look, the adjournment motion will be to go back to seek further efforts of consultation with all parties required and bring it back to chamber in 3 months' time, which will be the July, August, September meeting.
Do I have a second for that formal motion? Thank you, Councillor Corimbo. Just get voting. Are you happy with that?
Yes, can I read?
Oh, sorry, Angela, that the item be adjourned to enable further consultation with parties, and that the item be reported back to council at the ordinary meeting in September 2023. Councillor Corimbo?
Sorry, I just have a question. When you say all parties, are you referring to my pack, or are you referring to
It's
the
your
Narrandjeri?
It's your motion.
Because there's two bodies that now we're dealing with two
Councillor
different
Corimbo,
bodies.
it's your
is that right?
motion and Councillor Kemp's motion. So
Right, okay.
it's
Can we
up to you.
just have a moment to clarify?
Just a question to Director Padhouse. Who are you going to consult with through the First Nations Aboriginal people?
It's been the local MEPAC.
I guess I'm happy with all parties, but that may include Naminjiri and Ramangiri and NEPAC. So yeah, I think we'll cover all bases, and the town crier and any elected member who wants to be involved. I would have thought that'd be an opportunity.
Through the Mayor, can I maybe suggest all relevant parties?
Do you want to speak to that? If you've said really what you need to say, but do you want to formally speak to that?
Look, I gave my reasons as to why I've adjourned the motion, so people put it to the vote.
Okay, put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. So we now do minutes of the previous meeting. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of May be confirmed as true and accurate. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Quinton. And seconded by Councillor Burns. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that or have any questions? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Now move on to deputations. I have refused a deputation from Ben Blatchford A request was received from Mr. Blatchford, and he was advised by email on Friday the 23rd of June. The following reasons with reference to Council's Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures. I'm refusing your request as the matters you wish to address relate to the Crozier Hill development. And on March the 11th, 2020, you were advised in writing that your questions and allegations in relation to Crozier Hill development against Council and Council staff will no longer be tolerated, Mr. Blatchford. In accordance with Council's unreasonable complainant conduct management policy, further correspondence and or communication from you development will not be responded to. I expect that any questions from the gallery presented by you that relate to the same matters as already considered will be disallowed as per the provision of the Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures, subject matter already answered. I ask that you please cease from sending any further correspondence to Council on this matter. If you believe that you have a right to do so, you should direct any further allegations and or complaints to other authorities who no doubt will decide for themselves whether or not they will investigate. Despite our continuous requests for you to discontinue with your ongoing accusations and allegations against Council and Council staff, you have continued to do so. I please request that you stop doing that. There is no discussion or debate, Mr. Blatchford. Mr. Blatchford, I am. No. We have a deputation request from Victor Harbour Golf Club from John Griffin and John Gilbert. Mr. Griffin, Gilbert, Mr. Griffin, John Gilbert.
No, my deputation includes Mr. Storch and Mr. Eaton,
Okay.
ex-colleagues,
All right.
teacher colleagues.
And being a teacher, you know how to do all of this.
Yes.
So you've got 10 minutes. That 10 minutes does include question time as well. And we do keep it very much to that time.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me here. And first of all, I'm John Griffin. I'm from the Victor Harbour Golf Club, and this goes back to when they started dismantling the causeway. And I saw fit that I thought it was very important that we kept part of the causeway at the golf club, because in 1911 we established, and we've been looking down over the causeway that was built in 1876. And if you know anything about golf and you know anything about Gary Player, 9-time champion of the world, he declared Victor Harbour #1 hole the best starting hole in Australia, and at the best starting hole, best view in the world. And I felt, look, we could do with some of this causeway material, just 3 pieces of the causeway, and to have a causeway hole and a causeway tee, which would be beautifully sat next to Gary Player's statement, and a historic plaque done by my brother in Darwin to recognise the efforts of and the history of that causeway, and maybe to thank Council for supporting it. But I've since run into problems with trying to get the wood 3 pieces. I did the footy show, we do a local footy show. I did the local footy show the other night from the causeway, and thank you, Jack Church, for being there. And I was hugging part of the causeway because I've now received a email from the mayor, and it was from Dick to say that the wood basically is contaminated, and that the council are not to sell or to hand on any of the wood to any interested parties, which seemed to go against everything when I applied to DIT for it under historical reasons, that I would be at least granted something, and it hasn't come to fruition. So I showed the email to our lawyer, Kim Bartell, and he said he was very interested in it actually, and he said, well, look, we need to find out what level of contamination and whether it's going to affect anything on the outside, being an outside on a tee block. We're not sort of going to set fire to it. We're just going to have it there as a historical monument. And it just seems amazing that I can't get 3 pieces of wood that are supposedly contaminated, yet part of the, if it's contaminated, well, what's the remainder of the jetty doing down there when I'm hugging it So what I'm asking for is really, I've spoken to the golf club and we said, you know, can we do a waiver of legal liability so we can just get 3 pieces? Because it seems to me, and Kim seemed to think, that it all had to do with legal liability, and if someone's liable for handing out this so-called contaminated wood. So you see where I'm going with this? I'm trying to get, well, it's like a series out of Utopia. All I want is 3 pieces of wood. And it seems like I'm, you know, I've taught and I've played a lot of football, and this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And this is harder than teaching year 7s now. So all I want is your direction, and what do you think I can do to secure it? I've had a lot of people from the local area tell me where to go and get it, but I can't do that. I've got to follow the process, and I want to do it correctly, and I want to respect the people that actually built that causeway in 1876. I'm sure there was a Depledge or a Rumbelow involved. So any thoughts from this group would be greatly appreciated.
What I might do is ask if Kathy Hayter, Director Hayter, or Karen, if you could perhaps answer that. I thought that the wood from the old causeway was under the jurisdiction of the Department for Infrastructure and not us. I can't recall a letter that I sent you, an email, but obviously I have because you've got it.
Yeah.
Karen can answer that for you.
Thank you, through the chair. The mayor's quite right, it's not our timber. So we have also expressed an interest through the Department for Infrastructure and Transport for timber, and we are currently negotiating with them. They've given us only a draft or a template letter that we have to agree to, and it's very clear to us that we have absolutely no right to pass that on to any other party. So all I could suggest, and we're also quite restricted in what we're able to use it for, all I could suggest is that you negotiated directly with the department, because they have made it crystal clear to us that that's not a decision that we can in fact make. So I'm terribly sorry that I can't give you more favourable response than that.
Councillor Karimba and then Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. You said that the timber is contaminated. Who told you the timber was contaminated?
From the email from the mayor to me was the vast majority of timbers is contaminated. Strict conditions to council. You undertake to only use the recycled timber, C-piers, corbels, girder and transverse decking at your premises, and not to provide or sell any of the recycled timbers. That's from that's an email from DIT.
Oh, so it is DIT, is
yeah.
it? Oh, okay. All right. It does seem illogical, considering, like you said, that the timber is still down there, and maybe if there is contamination, this is something we should be investigating because we don't want to put the public at risk, I would have thought. I don't know. Thanks.
Councillor Burns.
I was just inquiring what the contamination or alleged contamination actually is, and if you have any information on that would be helpful.
No, through the mayor, we don't have full details of the contamination, and you are no orphan by any means. We had a number of members of our community organisations, artists, and the council will put in registers of interest to actually get access to some of the timber. So you are no orphan. It's very disappointing, but we can continue to liaise with DIT, but we see it as important that our community, we should have some ability to have some of it here. And but the only thing is, council needs to be careful that we aren't the ones that are held liable either. So we need to make sure that we're careful in what we negotiate.
Thank you. So that's the end of it, is it? So what do you think?
We'll keep negotiating with DIT and
Yep.
see what we can get.
Thank you.
And if we're able to, then we'll try and get some for you. But we're having just as much difficulty as you.
Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. We have another deputation, Paul McLaughlin from the Christian Fellowship Friendship Centre. If you'd like to turn your microphone on, Paul. That's it.
Yes, Paul was unable to be here. I'm the president of John Hutchinson, the president of the Christian Friendship Centre, and have been so for the last 40 years. And I know the organisation fairly well.
Thank you very much.
was a-
Well, you've got 10 minutes to speak, and that includes question time.
I was a little concerned when I heard the council discuss this last year and the references to it as being a op shop, and I'd like to say that it has nothing in common whatever with an op shop, nothing at all. It is solely religious, and I brought our couple of items from our constitution, if I could share. The objects of the association are to spread the knowledge of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ as declared in his holy word, the Bible, and through the opportunity to share in a friendly, comfortable atmosphere and to provide light refreshments. The association shall be a not-for-profit association in accordance with the provisions of the Associations and Corporations Act 1985. Policy shall be to provide Christian resources and to distribute proceeds to Christian outreach and or missions as may be decided from time to time. Volunteer staff will usually be sourced from local Christian churches. The Friendship Centre was mooted by the Adair Uniting Church 50 years ago. We're celebrating their 50th celebration next Sunday at the Adair Uniting Church at 2 p.m, and you're all welcome to come. But I would like to stress that we are a religious organisation. All our books, all our materials are all religious. We're supported by all the churches. We're a part of the Christian community. I feel that our claim to rate exemption on the basis of that, that's what I'd like to share with council. I'd be very happy for the councillors to come and meet with us at the shop and give them some afternoon tea, and we'd be very pleased to see you all so you can see what we're about. And we're not a flyby organisation, as was suggested before. I've been here for 50 years. The commitment of local Christian people has just been exemplary. We're a voluntary organisation with a huge input of volunteers, and our proceeds, which not as great as they used to be, are distributed to the school chaplaincy fund to support the chaplaincy work in the district, and I understand from that organisation they depend a lot on our contribution. So I'd just like to put that to the council, but I would stress we are solely a religious organisation, not for profit, and for the benefit of the whole community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kemp, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you for coming in and presenting. Just to clarify from what you said from your objectives, so because you're not a church and under the rebate system that we have available, you know, you've got to be a church in order, but under community service, you provide a literacy religious service to the community irrespective of denomination. In other words, that anyone can come in and buy any books on religion irrespective of who they believe or have faith in. Also, do you see this place as a meeting place for people to share their faith and share their, having some, maybe some morning tea or something? And also, we know you raise money for the chaplaincy for the schools. Yeah. So to me, you're providing quite a range of religious services throughout the community, even though you're not a church. Yeah. But you are providing a good community service on a religious basis. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. The earlier submission, I had some initial concerns because it was very much focused on the church rather than the community benefit. And I've looked into a lot of your activities, and I actually believe there's a compelling reason to support your submission. if only on the basis that you're providing a service of faith to people in the community. And if we are saying we respect all faiths and everything else, we should be supporting that on that basis alone. So certainly have my consideration on that.
I would stress that we do provide refreshments at a very moderate price, and there are distressed, lonely people visit the shop, and it's called Christian Friendship Centre, and we offer genuine Christian. People have really appreciated that side of it.
Thank you very much. There is no item in the agenda relating to this, so when we next visit the rate rebates, you may want to take this into consideration. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
We now move to questions from the gallery, and the questions came from Peter Charles, and the question was, you'd appreciate to know the full expenditure of ratepayers' funds for each of the boards listed. Oh, you get to read it out if you'd like to.
I think you were doing an excellent job, Mayor Jenkins, but yeah, I didn't do a very good job of it last time. So I'll have a good crack at it this time. We at Council Watch would be appreciative to know the full expenditure of ratepayers' funds for each of the boards listed with regard to the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority, with regard to Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority, and with regard to the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre. And the two questions are, what is the total amount of money, dollars, per each board meeting, inclusive of all outgoings, paid out for the sitting and travel allowance, accommodation, meals, council office support and any other sundry items? That's question one. Shall I go on with two?
Yep.
Question two, how many meetings are generally held in an average financial year per board? Thank you very much.
So as per the 2021-2022 annual report for each of those subsidiaries, expenditure on the board expenses is as follows. Horse Tram Authority, $12,000, 12 meetings, an average cost of $1,000 per meeting. Frawa, $35,763, 6 meetings, average cost of $5,961 per meeting. And the Fracka, $21,837, 7 meetings, an average cost of $3,120 per meeting. Council office support is not included in the above figures as this data is not collected.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. And Andrew Robertson, you had a question as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have two questions. First of all, regarding penguin research. The Department of Environment and Water has new high-definition cameras set up on the on Granite Island and the Causeway area, and at least one of those is on the council land. Can the Penguin Monitoring Group use those, not the cameras, but the output from the cameras? Can we use them for research on the penguins and other wildlife? And this is a way we can actually count the number of people now going over to the island. This is a crucial statistic that my understanding is we don't have any knowledge about.
I'll ask Victoria McCurdy to answer those questions. I believe we got them in at 2 minutes to 5 this afternoon, so she may be able to answer them.
Through the Mayor, the first one unfortunately is pretty easy in that I'll need to take it on notice and refer it to Dew. They're Dew's cameras, so we have to refer that question to Dew.
The second question is the the city's annual report. Is the City of Victor Harbor 22-23 annual report going to be entered into the Australasian Reporting Awards so that through feedback and self-improvement, our annual report can reach gold medal standard? Last year, the City of Norwood, that's last year 21-22, the City of Norwood, Payneham and St Peters achieved gold medal status. And I'm pleased to know that our own City of Victor Harbor achieved bronze status. So I'd be keen to know if we're continuing on till we get to gold medal standard.
Through the Mayor again, so the 22-23 annual report will be presented to Council later this year. As we have in the past, we also make a recommendation that we enter the awards. It costed about $400 to $500. Our intention is to put the same report to Council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. We don't have any petitions. So we now move to item 9, which is the outstanding resolutions, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the outstanding resolutions report, and at attachment A, Councillor Henderson. And seconding that, thank you, Councillor. Do either of you want to speak to that or have any questions? That, Councillor Corimba.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is regarding OC 42522020, renaming of Kent Road, and then the following two requests. It says here we're having issues in consulting with or hearing back from the NAC. But tonight we've heard that we actually also consult with MIPAC, is that right?
MIPAC.
MIPAC, yeah. How do we decide who we consult with?
So through the Mayor, we're required to consult with as many groups within our community as possible. So there's not only the Narrandjeri Aboriginal Corporation, there is MIPAC, there's also the Narrandjeri Regional Authority. The Narrandjeri Aboriginal Corporation does have certain responsibilities under the Native Titles Act, which we guide our questions to, but we send our consultation more broadly. We've specifically been consulting with NAC because that was the decision of the Chamber at the time for those matters. Director Hayter had a teleconference with NAC on Wednesday, just to finalise a number of those items, in particular a couple of the outstanding ones, Kent Preserve, renaming, and also the nomenclature list, can't say that word, and they are happy for Council to progress and proceed with those, and obviously consult if we have any concerns, and the renaming of Ramanjeri Street. So those matters we've been finalised.
So, so one is based in Murray Bridge and one is based here in Victor Harbor or Goolwa. Is that correct? One of the two corporations?
It's the MIPAC is based here on the south coast, right. And Narrandjeri Aboriginal Corporation, their office is in Murray Bridge, as right. is the Narrandjeri Regional Authority. Okay. We also have the Ramanjeri Heritage Association, which associates itself with Victor Harbor. Yeah. And soon we will have representatives of one of the regions for the voice to our state parliament.
Right, okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions in relation to that item? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? So we now go to 9.2, the reviewed code of practice for meeting procedures. And the recommendation is that Council adopt the reviewed code of practice for meeting procedures as provided under separate cover, attachment A. Councillor Henderson moving that way. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Schofield. To that.
No, thank you, Mayor. I think we've all had an opportunity in this chamber to have input into this, so I don't think any further discussion is necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Does anybody want to speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Burns.
I agree. I think there's been a lot of discussion about it. I will be putting up 2 minor amendments via motion on notice for the July, just a subtle change to make sure that we include beliefs to incorporate Aboriginal beliefs and so forth as well. And another one that up and members can decide if they want to include. But otherwise, I think there's been a lot of discussion. And whilst we haven't necessarily always agreed on everything, I think the consensus has been what's reflected here at the moment.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move to 3, the Code of Practice for Access to Meetings and Documents. Even note the community consultation process and to adopt the reviewed Code of Practice. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Schofield. Do either of you want that motion? Does anybody want to speak to that motion? No, in that case then, all those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Can I just ask you, when you put up your hand for in favour, can you just do it and keep it up there rather than up and down? Because then I'll get a little bit confused. We now move to item 4, the public interest disclosure policy and procedure. And the recommendation is that council adopt the policy and procedure as provided. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Quinton. And do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We now move to item 9.5, which is the fraud, corruption, misconduct and maladministration prevention policy. Recommendation is that council adopt the policy as provided at attachment A. Do I have someone to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Mann. And seconding that, Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We have now come to 9.6, the council member allowance reimbursement for former councillor Brian Littley. The recommendation, you happen to move that recommendation, Councillor Henderson?
I would like to move the alternative recommendation that is suggested in the summary.
The alternative recommendation is, and that's on
that
page,
administration.
Yep, that is on page 140 for those
Yes,
people.
that's correct.
That so the Councillor Henderson is moving that council accepts the request from $147 overpayment of his council member allowance as a result of his resignation from council. Travel mileage allowance incurred during the 2022 term of council.
Point of order, if I may, please. I've had a look at the legislation and the meeting protocols. There's nothing there that actually allows us to withdraw or to waiver this. And correct me if I'm wrong. I agree with the previous council's decision. I don't believe it's something that the chamber can actually make a decision on. Also,
my understanding, sorry, in relation to your point of order, is that you're quite right that it's not in the legislation, but it's also not in the legislation that council can't make that decision. Okay. So that's not a valid point of order, but I do take your point. If you vote against this, then and this loses, then you can vote the other one.
Sure.
Thank you. I think I read it all. Everyone understands it. Councillor Henderson is moving that way. You seconding that way, Councillor Schiller? Can I just get a seconder first? Do I have somebody to second this? Thank you, councillor Schofield. Your question, and councillor Schiller?
Two questions. Well, one's more of a statement, but the other one is a question. For his reimbursement for travel, at what time frame the reimbursement that he has put there, when should have that come into council's possession? And because he's resigned rather than taking leave, that's the complication. If he had have simply taken leave, he obviously would have been entitled to that additional money. So it's down to whether his timing of his application for travel is out of date.
I'll ask the CEO to respond to that, councillor Schiller.
Through the Mayor, the elected members' allowance and benefits policy seeks for members to seek a reimbursement at least quarterly within their term, or if not annually. So,
Sorry,
Yep.
my understanding of the.
Sorry, councillor Burns. We'll just get Angela's question answered. I haven't asked the mover or the seconder if they want to speak to it yet. I just wanted to get that question clarified from councillor Schiller first. Has that answered your question, councillor Schiller? It has. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to this?
I do, and I was going to ask a similar question to the question councillor Schiller just asked, because I wasn't sure of the validity of the timing of reimbursement claims. I'm still a little bit grey in that area, but what I was going to say is that my understanding is that Mr. Littley, whilst on this council, didn't claim any reimbursement for travelling. And I know a lot of travel is involved, and especially when you live out of town, as Mr. Littley does. I know myself, I've put a lot of kilometres on my car. I personally have not claimed any travel expenses, but it does clock up the kilometerage, especially when you come into meetings twice or three times a day, as I sometimes do. So I'm very sympathetic to the cost for anyone having those sort of travel commitments when councillors live out of the urban area.
Councillor Schofield, did you want to speak to this?
I'm on. Look, it is a difficult one. I understand where Mr. Littley is coming from. So I guess there's three things that we've got here. You know, one, do we opt to reimburse him for those few weeks, or do we reimburse him for travel, or do we not reimburse him at all? So that's the decision where we all sit. But I must admit that I didn't realise we were paid $50 a day.
Can I just ask, has Mr. Littley now put in a travel form? He hasn't? Oh, okay. Councillor Burns, you wanted to ask something?
Yes, thank you. I was just looking at the current council member allowance and benefits policy. This is the one, the 23rd of May 2003, and it's been, the last review was the 12th of December 2022. It states in there that council members are required to provide details and supporting documentation, but they have to be made within 30 days of incurring the expense. So I empathise with Mr. Littley. I actually think it's unfortunate that a tribunal allows it to be paid so far in advance. It creates situations like this. What I'm worried about is that by accepting this, that we set a precedent, and anyone can say, hey, I don't want to pay my rates, I don't want to, and put a request up to the chamber. I think the appropriate way here is for Mr. Littley to petition the minister, who actually has the power to waiver and do it. I understand there's nothing specific in the legislation to say we are allowed to do it. My understanding is it's like the speed limit, or I don't want to pay taxes. Well, the law says you have to pay taxes. So I'm just concerned that we will be setting a precedent or doing something that potentially can expose us. At the same time, I'm also conscious of the fact that, like all councillors, you do a lot of extra things in your duty. And I suppose when you resign, you make that choice. Unfortunately, he didn't claim travel expenses, which he could have got back at the time. And given the length of time, it's very difficult now. So I would be recommending Mr. Littley to actually lodge rather than the chamber, lodge with the minister.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, I suppose it's about understanding the rules and regulations that we operate under and policies as a elected member, and the policies are quite clear, and that if you want to claim travelling, you do it in a certain time frame at a certain point in time. I again agree with Councillor Burns that this could set a precedent. So I would imagine if Mr. Charles wants to claim 2 years worth of travel, he'll be entitled to if Mr. Littley gets this. So because this is what it's about, is it? Or is it about his reimbursement because of the loss of his allowance? What is the argument here? Is he using his travel allowance to claim back his allowance fee, which he has to pay back? Because that's, I think, is the crux of the argument, is him paying back what he owes to council. And that's his administrative matter, not a chamber matter. I think the administration has the rules and regulations around overpayments to council members if they leave. I think that's quite clear in the legislation. So trying to trade off that you didn't claim travelling allowance and please reimburse me so I don't have to pay back my council or elected members allowance. There's a trade-off. I don't think it's not a good set for council. If we want to do the pub test, I don't think it would look good, and I just don't think it's right. We all have our understanding of our roles and responsibilities, and we all have our choices to make at that right time. Now, people don't make those choices, and I haven't claimed any travel allowance. I don't see that as ability for me to do that. I have my own reasons for that, because I think that, to me, getting my allowance and doing my job for the community is what I'm here for. I think allowance is more of a bonus, because I think it was honorary in the early days when councils were set up, just like parliamentarians. But no, I won't be supporting this, because I don't think it's in the right context and the right, not quite sure the term I'm trying to think of, but I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Karembo.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with Councillor Burns. It is unfortunate this situation has arisen, and I was actually quite surprised when I first started that we actually get paid 3 months in advance. I've never been in a position or a job where that's happened, and maybe that may be something we need to look at and change potentially to avoid this situation. The big concern I have right now with everybody doing things tough is that our own risk assessment says here that the reputation, if council was to waive the outstanding amount that is owed by former councillor member Brian Littley, we will likely generate negative media and community concern as a decision is being made regarding the use of public funds. The risk assessment is high. We need to do everything we can to protect our reputation. If Councillor Littley is struggling, or ex-Councillor Littley is struggling financially, I'd quite happily waive my next payment to cover this, and I'll be reaching out to him during the week. But I think as a council, we've got to be very careful how we do things, because it may be seen as not passing the pub test, as Councillor Kemp led to. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? Councillor Mann.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just to add a little bit more, I guess, completely appreciate the views that are being shared around the chamber, and I definitely agree with some of them. I think the difficulty here is that, having seen the exceptional work that former Councillor Littley did, and the time that he put into council. I think it's the remuneration received. It's not relevant to that level of work that goes into it. It's not a pay for service, and it's definitely not undermining all the work that he did do in terms of if we got paid for the amount that put in terms of the community service. I think where it's at is that he's saying he owes $2,101.47, and he's claiming about $2,310 back. So I completely appreciate that the precedent that can be set around this. I think that we do have to be mindful of that, and that's part of the reason why I won't be supporting this recommendation. The other one as well is on the previous term of council, when I looked into how we can make council more appealing for people to run for elected members, I had some discussions with administration around is there any scope for council to set what that remuneration is, or do other things to help contribute it. And the advice back, and I think there might have been some legal advice as well, was that no, we can't touch that. It's outside, that's with the remuneration tribunal. So I think just applying that advice to this situation, my worry would be that even if this did get up, if there was challenged, there could be the risk that it's not in line with what we can lawfully do as an elected body. So that's also a strong part of my concerns around supporting it, and part of my reason why I can't tonight, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. There's no further discussion. Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No. I'll put that motion to the floor. That motion is that council accepts a request from Mr. Littley. All those in favour? Those against? Just going to ask some advice whether we go back to the original recommendation. Yep. So the original recommendation is that council declines the request from Councillor Littley. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you, Councillor Quinton. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Burns. Do either of you want to speak to that?
I just think that I'm worried that from a legislative point of view or from a community point of view, we may, even though with the best of intentions, may end up breaching something. That's what I'm concerned about, the liability to the council going forward. But I also sympathise with Councillor Littley's situation, and if Councillor Crimber is able to help him out, then I think it's probably a good option.
Yeah. Councillor Quinton, did you want to speak to that?
Just echoing lots that's already been said. I feel bad having to make this decision, but it's yeah, I feel like it sets a precedent, and you just can't. The rules have to be black and white, and you have to adhere to them to make it work. So,
thank you. Does anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Kemp.
Just a question, if I may, Jenkins, because under legislation 7611 of the Local Government Act and subsection 8 talks about, how payments for allowances are done, because this is an administrative decision, I think, not a council decision, that, he's been overpaid. Administration has to carry out their process to recover that money. I don't see it as a requirement to come to the chamber for us to decline it. I think that's just a general process that administration would follow, I would have thought.
Through the Mayor, if I may, and that is a process we had implemented based on the council's policy. So we were adhering to the council's policy that had been implemented. He was reimbursing. He then sought to actually have not to have to reimburse, and presented his case for mileage. Made it very clear that I was unable to make that decision. It wasn't a decision of mine, and it needed to be one of the chamber. If this motion is supported, then we will continue on with our reimbursement of those outstanding fees as we are currently doing.
You, Councillor Mann.
I guess just a question to administration around just whether our current delegation guidelines are sufficient enough for these decisions being handled within the office of the CEO, because I'd hate to see our meetings filled up with every person who receives a parking fine then appealing it to council.
Absolutely, they are, and this is where you have delegations and have policies and procedures in place that we implement and ensure that we follow suit. But there is nothing stopping, as it is with any community group that isn't eligible for a particular donation under our donations policy or one of our grants, that they will come separately to council for something in particular that the council has the ability to endorse or not.
Are there any further comments or questions in relation to this? Councillor Quindon, did you want to close the debate? In that case, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? We now move to the SAROC business plan, and the recommendation is that council adopts feedback on the SAROC draft business plan as provided. Would someone like to move that way, please? Thank you, Councillor Burns. And a seconder, Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that, Councillor Burns?
No, it was all self-explanatory, the documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question to the CEO. Because, and I do apologise to the community chamber, but I never provided any feedback that was requested of elected members, and I went back and revisited and looked at some of the comments made back there, and I'm assuming, I'm not quite sure who filled out the survey, but the questions are that why couldn't we have had a workshop on this, because there are some quite unique discussions around what we should represent and give back to SAROC from our council, because in a group discussion we may not have come up with the same outcome, but that's the chamber's fault because we didn't respond to the survey. So could we not have a workshop to discuss these types of items in the future?
Through the Mayor, in most cases we do, and hence it was just a matter of time. If you can appreciate, we had a number of workshops. I'm conscious of members' time. The document is fairly straightforward. Unfortunately, SAROC is really an advocacy body. It doesn't have any delegations from LGA in that sense, hence some of the comments that were made in there. And you do have representative on the SAROC board through the Mayor, and also one of our other members from the Southern and Hills group. So yes, in future we can make sure that members are involved in a workshop, but there's nothing from this council moving a motion if it wishes SAROC to represent it on a matter at any time.
Are there any further comments or questions in the conversation? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is employee behavioural standards, and I'm happy to do this recommendation. If someone would like to move, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schiller? You want to speak to it, Councillor Henderson? Councillor Schiller? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. It's quite interesting when you read section 120A of the Local Government Act. There's, I don't have any issues with the CEO preparing a behavioural standard for her staff. But under the Act, I know the delegation part is what she's seeking for is to implement that. But generally speaking, I would have thought that it would be nice to see what the behavioural standards document was that comes back to chamber under sections 1, 4, 5 and 6 of 120A, because it refers to council as a whole to make a decision. Yes, we can delegate that, but I just thought that it would be nice for the chamber to have a look at the behavioural standards that the CEO set up for her staff. We do have an oversight through the CEO for all staff welfare and everything like that. So I just felt that it would be nice for us to, have that power to endorse it, to show the staff that, we're in support of it, not just allow the delegation process to continue to take in form of the CEO doing that role, but certainly not saying what goes in the standard, but basically bring it back to chamber for staff for us to endorse.
Through the Mayor, if I may, In terms of, I still feel strongly that the delegation should sit with me to negotiate that document with the various unions and representatives. I have no issue in, once it is endorsed, to bring it back to the chamber for noting and information. But for endorsement would imply that you would have the ability to change or alter based on once we've been through consultation with staff and unions and representatives. But I understand your point, and yes, I would be very happy to bring it back to the chamber and also inform you along the way in terms of its development. Because it would be a public document once created, as is the elected members' behavioural standard as well.
Thank you. If you could bring it back for noting, that would be appreciated, I'm sure. Thank you.
Look, I agree. I understand where you're coming from, CEO, but again, because I'm just looking at the Local Government Act, and it refers to the council, and that's us, other council, for that process. You can negotiate as much as you would, but I think the endorsement process will not go. I wouldn't have thought that we would go in and question and renegotiate the standards, but would certainly have the right to endorse it.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Is there any further input into the discussion? If not, I will chamber. Those who agree? Those who for it? Sorry, was your hand up or down, Councillor Burns? Up. And those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9.9 is the records management policy and council member records management policy. The recommendation is council receive a note as provided on attachment A and adopt the reviewed council member. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield, and seconding. Thank you, Councillor Quinton. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, does anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I understand we talk about us being one council. You know, we're all together in this, but having two policies under the same heading of record management, where one policy is for staff only and one's for elected. The elected members' policy is more draconian about what happens for elected members. I thought if we're one council, we should operate under one policy, like we do all other policies. So why is this one different? I have read the literature. I don't agree with it. I won't be supporting this. I think we should just have one policy, which all staff and elected members do. And for example, we have our mail opened up and recorded and read, where council staff mail does not get opened up. So is that a fair and equitable, policy for one?
I'm not sure that's correct, Councillor Kemp. I think your
sorry,
council staff do have their...
Point of order, Mayor Jenkins. Stop interrupting when people are talking under section 29 of the regulations, please.
If you're saying something that is not correct, then I need to correct the public record, Councillor Kemp.
You check the policy and read it. It's not in there about opening up mail of staff members, but it does for elected members. So I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. I hope you do too.
If I may respond to your questions you've raised. So staff members have a requirement within their job description to adhere to record management requirements. It's a requirement within the legislation that I must ensure that staff abide by record management requirements. All of the mail that comes into this organisation is opened by our records management department, regardless of who it's who it's addressed to, unless it's private and confidential, in which case there is a process and a procedure that's followed. The difference being is that council staff, if they don't abide by the records management policy, it's dismissible in terms of if they're not abiding by what their requirements are in their job description, and it's assessed every year to ensure that they are. So there's a difference, and the elected members' records management policy was as a result of the Ombudsman's requirement around record members' responsibilities of not using personal emails and ensuring that they are a representative and public officer like staff, but they certainly don't have access to the same sort of information and records as what staff do.
Just to follow up on a statement you just made there, CEO, through the Mayor. You said that, confidential items are not opened up of elected members. Well, over the last 4 or 5 years, I've had confidential letters sent to me and they've been opened, so I'm not quite sure who is following procedural policy here. So again, I still disagree about that. We have requirements under our policy that if we receive mail, then we have to register it, like anything or any information that we come into. We have to register it through the records management person to capture that record. So again, I still believe that we should only have one policy. So I won't be supporting this as it's written.
Councillor Karemba?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question. So when we get mail sent to us as elected members and it's marked private and confidential, you said there's a policy and procedure that you undertake to read that mail. Is that correct?
No, there's a policy and procedure to ensure that the member is aware that the mail has come in, and if it is council, anyone can mark something private and confidential to you as an elected member.
Yeah.
You'd be notified that it is there, usually in the presence of the records management staff. It would be opened. If it's private and confidential, has nothing to do with council business, then it's your piece of correspondence. But as it do with council business and it's marked private and confidential, then it's returned back to the records and registered accordingly.
Okay. And does the community know about this?
It's a public document. The records management policy is a document. They would understand how we deal with records.
Okay, I'm just sort of thinking in the instance if there's a whistleblower that sends in some mail that marked it private and confidential.
You just endorsed the policy in regards to the whistleblower requirements. Okay. That was just earlier on in this agenda.
Sure.
It's no longer called that anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Got a question, Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I'd like the CEO to answer this question, please. 6.6 of the elected members' records management policy talks about all mail coming into council in all formats, including mail marked private and confidential, will be opened by records management officer, regardless of the addressee, and process in accordance with council records management policies procedures. To me, that's stating that it does not come to elected members beforehand to be opened in front of a records management policy. So if that's correct, because that's what it says in the document.
Well, I'll note it, but my understanding is that you would be notified if it is private and confidential. There's a difference between confidential. So I'm happy to take that on note.
Is there any further discussion in relation to this recommendation? Councillor Schofield, did you want to close the debate? No, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? We now come to 9.10, the draft annual business plan. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the plan, provided on a separate cover as presented to the 7th of June budget workshop. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Kemp, seconded.
Mayor Jenkins, may I seek leave of the meeting, because I've got 3 motions on notice, which refers to the draft plan and budget. Is it more prudent to bring those 3 motions on notice forward before this, because they may affect and change the draft plan and budget?
Yeah, I will do that. I've taken that into account, Councillor Kemp, and at the next item, which is the budget, I'll bring them forward. With the draft annual business plan, you'll note on recommendation 2, it says council adopt the business plan provided under separate cover subject to final budget adoption and declaration of rates. So your motions won't impact on this recommendation, but they will impact on the next 2 recommendations. So I'll bring them forward after this recommendation. So sorry, that was moved by Councillor Schiller. Did you move that one? Yep, Councillor Schiller. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. And that is just the first recommendation that council receive and note the annual business plan community. Do either of you want to speak to that? No, Councillor Burns, you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to check if the rate amount that's mentioned in the business plan will be adjusted. It currently says on page 1, 6.2, but obviously
this is just the community engagement summary, and the rate amount will depend on whether or not what David Kemp has put up, the motions that he's put up.
Okay.
And if his motions get up, then the rates will be increased
Fantastic.
accordingly.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions or discussion on that first recommendation? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Second recommendation is that pursuant to section 123 of the Local Government Act, Council adopt the business plan provided final budget adoption and declaration of rates. Does someone want to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Schofield. And seconding that, please. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? Before the next item, which is about adopting the budget, I will bring forward Councillor Kemp's motions. So the first of his motions are on page 400 and 18.1, motions on notice. And just to let you know that they will impact on the rates and their discretionary items. So Councillor Kemp, your first motion is related to Business Victor Harbour support, and I'd like you to propose your motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I move that the City of Victor Harbour provides an additional $65,000 to meet Business Victor Harbour request for funds in the 23-24 operating budget to deliver their requirements of the Economic Development and Investment Attraction Strategy in partnership with the City of Victor Harbour. The reasons why I am supporting this, I know we've had a lot of discussion about this, and yes, this will have a small impact on the current operating budget and the slight increase in potentially some rate rises, but again, we could always look at reducing some things somewhere or savings. The City of Victor Harbour has invested a substantial amount of money in the economic development program, which includes 2 strategies, staff facilitation of major events, including partnerships with Victor Harbour. The Council understands the economic development program, but cannot be achieved by City of Victor Harbour alone. For any partnership to be effective, it needs the appropriate resourcing, and the City of Victor Harbour realises this by providing seed funding to Business Victor Harbour in a 3-year agreement, so Business Victor Harbour can work towards becoming self-sufficient. With rising costs and the development of 2 strategies where Business Victor Harbour is a major key stakeholder and for this partnership with City of Victor Harbour to succeed is paramount. The implementation of the economic development and investment attraction strategies must be resourced appropriately. If this is not achieved, I believe it will put the strategy in jeopardy to meet the outcome that has been set. This is why it's imperative that the Council, in its agreement with Business Victor Harbour, continues to provide the appropriate amount of funding for Business Victor Harbour to meet their outcomes of the 2 strategies. The current draft 23-24 budget is a break-even budget, irrespective of the corporate system provided by having a small deficit of approximately $100,000 in comparison to previous years. And to achieve the economic development program is a positive decision for the community. There might have been a typo there about the approximate 100,000 there. Apologise for that. Basically, Business Victor Harbour put up a business case to quantify and qualify why they need that extra money to do the jobs they need to do to get up and running. So if we have this partnership arrangement and not being funded, approved, and of course my understanding is that they had 3 years to achieve the self-sufficiency, and this is their last year they've got. So under those guidelines, I would think that this will give them this 12-month period to actually achieve what they wanted to. If we're going to go down the path of providing another agreement with them for an extra 1 or 2 years, and maybe the CEO may answer that question, are we going to have new negotiations, then is that going to cost more money in the long term than giving them the 65,000 now and sticking to the original agreement?
Through the Mayor, we are about to commence negotiations. The Business Victor Harbour have requested to do so, and we will commence that process, but I can't determine whether Council is looking to support that new agreement or not. That's up to the Chamber.
That's it, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a seconder for councillor Kemp's motion? Thank you, councillor Corimbo. Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I support this motion. I think Business Victor Harbor are doing a great job, and if we don't give them what we need, then we won't get a return on investment, and realistically we have to question whether we should have done it in the first place. I've spoken to Colin Shearing, and he assures me that they are doing everything they can to basically wean themselves off council money. But in order to do that, like other, well, it's not a subsidiary, but we do give money to subsidiaries such as the horse-drawn cart to help them on their way to get to where they need to be. And I think it's well worth helping this group out because they actually are helping out a lot of the businesses within Victor Harbor. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Corimbo. Does anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Schiller, and then councillor Schofield, and then councillor Burns.
I appreciate that Business Victor Harbor are seeking this funding, and I actually voted for it at the time when we voted for this last time, but we have voted for this in a previous meeting and it was voted down. I've gone into this budget trying to keep a pretty lean budget, and I think we've achieved that. And unfortunately, there's people that have put things up that have had to be knocked out that are very worthy. And so because this has been voted on before, and I can see that we've got to be prudent over the whole of the budget, I'm going to vote against it at this stage.
Thank you, councillor Schiller. Councillor Schofield.
I won't be voting for this. And there's several reasons, and as councillor Schiller said, that we have quite a lot of conversation on this and discussion. Today I've had 3 phone calls in relation to stormwater, footpaths and roadside trimming. To me, they are important things that we should be looking at this particular stage. And as I said before, I would rather put this money towards an additional staff member that can make sure that all of the repairs and maintenance that our city requires and our community are actually kept up to date, not postponed for another 2 or 3 years when it's going to cost us more money. So we have supported and are we continually supporting Business Victor Harbor, and I think they're doing a tremendous amount of work. But at this particular stage, I think the wider community should be taken into consideration if we are going to increase the budget.
Thank you, councillor Schofield. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Whilst I totally appreciate Councillor Kemp and Councillor Corimbo's views, and I also feel that they are working very hard to achieve their goals. Where my concern is that it was never intended to have a high ongoing funding from council. Yes, a council contribution. I just don't think that they've been doing enough to actually attract other membership within the City of Victor Harbor, and I think they could do more. Yes, they're intending on weaning off, but I think they've had the opportunity over the last couple of years to step up a lot more than what they are. Now that we're in an economic downturn and recession, I agree with other councillors here that we need to be looking at other priorities and also trying to look at how we spend our money for the best benefit.
Thank you, councillor.
So I won't be voting for it.
Thank you, councillor Burns. Is there any further commentary? Councillor Mann.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I guess just to reiterate some of the views, it is a very difficult decision because I think this Business Victor Harbor do provide a vital service to our community, and they do incredible work. And I know in the past I've greatly appreciated working alongside them in making some of those tough decisions. We saw with Stage of the Main Street, that consultation that was provided and that assistance achieved an excellent result. So definitely don't want to undervalue the benefit they provide for the council and the community. However, where I'm approaching this is from that holistic, high-level approach when we're not just looking at the benefits of and merits of an individual project or group, but our budget broadly and the economic situation. And that's where the difficulty comes into this for me, because what we're looking at is a budget of a 6.6% rate rise or around that. And that is a high rate rise, but that's as a result of numerous factors, incredibly high CPI rates, changes to the enterprise bargaining agreement, increases there as well. And the budget we have now has been stripped back significantly. And I very much appreciate the work that Kelly and her team and the administration broadly have done in really stripping back any expenses to find the savings and reduce this rise as much as possible. One example is and I know it's been for our deliberations, but around our incredible outdoor team who are in desperate need of an extra staff member, and it's something that's long overdue, but yet that's not included in this budget because of all of those reasons that I've outlined. And so when making this decision, it's not just looking at the merits of the business of Victor Harbour, which are significant, but it's also comparing it against all those other factors as well, and all those things we've had to say no to. And I think that because we're already at that 6.6% rate rise, and this would just extend it, also looking at that fairness with those other significant projects that have to come out and been stripped, it does make it difficult to support this at this stage. I think the long-term vision of Business Victor Harbour of being not just Victor Harbour but South Coast broadly is an excellent vision, and one that I think they should be pushing for in the short to medium term. I think this extra funding should be coming from Alexandrina, Yanklilla, the other councils, or the broader funding regions, because the more that the councils and the communities can work together, the better the South Coast is going to be and the outcomes for our community. So I think that maybe, I guess, if we're not providing the funds for this extra work or this extra step up they're needing, I think it would be beneficial to look elsewhere and look at how we can partner better with our region to get some better outcomes. But unfortunately, I won't be able to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Kemp, would you like to close the debate if there's no further discussion?
Look, no, that's fine. I think it's just, again, it's just reinforcing the summary of, we've supported Business Victor Harbour. They came to us with a great, I believe, was a good business case to actually to quantify why they wanted the extra money to achieve what they need to achieve. But I see this as a backward step. We don't support it. I guess, another agreement come up, and no doubt we'll support that, and it'll be more than 65,000. So I'm not quite sure which is the better option, this one or the one that's coming. I think this one is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is lost. And the Harbour do a sterling, as you all have said, job in seeing them grow from strength to strength over the last few years, led by both Michael and Colin. With the partnership with Victor Harbour and them supporting businesses, especially in this economic time, I think is great. But this budget that we're looking at is very, very tight, and I think not having any discretionary role, we've had to say no to so many things, and hopefully we can support them more financially perhaps down the track. The second motion on notice from Councillor Kemp is item 18.2, the Junior Scooter Park. Councillor Kemp, would you like to propose your motion in relation to a Junior Scooter Park?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yes, I'll put my motion up and to revoke a previous motion. the administration put an alternative recommendation up, which is similar to my original one, but mostly I guess it's better laid out in the process of to support the administration. This gets up how they would achieve this. So I'll move the alternative motion by administration because it doesn't step too far away from what originally was intended. I move that the decision of OC 2352021 made at the Ordinary Council meeting held on Monday the 24th of May 21 to endorse the preparation designs for upgraded junior scooter facilities at Victor Harbour Oval be revoked. I move that Council note and receive the Junior Scooter Park report and endorse a new design of a junior scooter park fit for purpose for the children up to the age of 10 to provide an educational, safe, environmentally facility, and that the location for the redesigned junior scooter park be located at Kent Reserve and corresponds to the Office of Recreation, Sport and Racing to seek approval for grant variation of the location for the junior scooter park and source an expression of interest for sponsorship from the community in partnership with the City of Victor Harbour to build the junior scooter park.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. This won't have an impact on the operating budget at all. This is a capital item, so we have funds already set aside up to 180,000, and my proposal is really be working within that limit. I know that in the commentary provided that there will be some design costs that will come out of that 180, so I see that as a way of getting expression of interest from the community if they want to support some of the expenditure, but if we don't get that sponsorship, I guess we just rebuild and redesign it at Kent Reserve if this does get up to the facility to the design, so there's no extra cost that comes out of it. But the purpose of the Junior Scooter Park facility is to provide an education safety program on road rules and safe facility for young children to learn to ride scooters, bikes and skateboards. This facility will enhance their learning on road rules, learning to ride their choice of transport in a safe environment under the eyes of their family. Moving the Junior Scooter Park to Kent Reserve has all the merits of a good decision due to the reserve has all the amenities for families to be with their young children so they can learn how to ride a scooter, bike or a skateboard in safety. Kent Reserve provides all the amenities of car parking, toilets, additional playground for children, picnic facilities including barbecues. So I believe, to me, that is the best place for it. It's in the capital budget already. We have the funding, grant funding, and we redesign under the current budget of $180,000 and seek that purpose. So I think we need something down here for not only our own residents and their children, but also visitors who come. We don't have a facility like this. And I think that will do well because when you actually design the park with road signs and that will get the children thinking about and getting used to those visual effects of road safety and what the signs mean, why they enjoy riding around on their scooters and learning in safety. So I believe I would ask the members to support this because of the benefits.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Did you want to move the motions en bloc or did you want to move the revocation motion first?
Look, I moved the whole lot alternative motion en bloc because they basically just run into each other anyway, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Quinton, you seconding that? Do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Ms Jenkins. Just to say, I think it's a really great idea, and having a flock of young kids myself would be something I wish we'd had when they're at that stage, and hopefully they'll be able to still use a bit of it within the right time of their life. But it's a really great idea and definitely needed down here.
You, Councillor Burns, did you want to speak? And then Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this. I agree with Councillor Kemp that it provides huge educational value to the community. The community has a number of programs which council also support to help people learn to drive. And I think anything that can be done from the 4 to 8 to 12-year-olds will enhance that. And I think it's a good investment back into the community.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, and then Councillor Schiller.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I won't be supporting this recommendation. I think that in the with respect to the administration's recommended motion they've put up, I don't see that as the best outcome for council. I think it's more of just a rewording of Councillor Kemp's motion a bit more effectively. And I think the reasons why I won't be supporting that is because council currently has a endorsed concept of a pump track, which has gone out to community consultation. The kids at schools are being consulted on it. They've provided submissions and feedback in favour of it. We've also got grant funding for those specific designs and endorsed for a specific location. And what this is pretty much saying is that we're going to remove all that and start again from scratch based on a different design. And I think what looking at I think there's been some assumptions that we've already got that grant funding and we can just use it for this new project. My understanding from the report is that's also subject to approval by the grant funding body, so that's not guaranteed in itself. I think the options before council at this stage with our budget and all the other constraints we've been discussing is to either go along with what we've been doing and support this motion or stop it altogether and reconsider it down the track in light of our capital budget, our long-term financial plan that we're going to be looking at soon, compared with our rec centre, the precinct and things like that. Personally, I think as a child, a pump track sounds more appealing than some asphalt with some lines and some signs and a bit more educational element. So I think the pump track might be more supportive for kids and more enjoyable. And so I guess with that, with my younger hat on, I'll put that case forward for the pump track. And yeah, I'm happy with what we've been doing and how it's progressed, and I'm happy to and want to see this coming to fruition. So I won't be supporting the current recommendation of.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Schiller?
Similar sentiment. I won't be supporting this particular motion because I also think that this has been to council for a long period. It went to public consultation. The location that was chosen by the community was where it is now, which is at the football oval grounds. I know my own children have used that skate park during their childhood, and it's a nice location. I think the concept of the safety, I appreciate why David is going down that pathway, but I also think a contemporary pump track is probably what's desired by that age bracket. So today I'll be voting against the motion, and it's probably got to be clarity to everyone in the chamber that this is just to make sure there's confusion about the fact that we're sticking to what was originally planned, and just make sure people understand the motion itself.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. Does anybody else have any? Councillor Schofield?
The first, I have a question. So with the change of this, how does the current funding go that we have? If there's going to be a change in the actual concept and a change in venue, does that meet the requirements that we receive the funding on? Or would we lose that funding?
I'll ask Director Hayter to answer that one perhaps for you, Carol.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the short answer is we don't know. We have to go back and consult the funder and ask their permission, because the basis on which the funding was approved was on that specific location for a pump track. So we would have to go back and negotiate that. This the funder has already agreed to a 12-month extension for us, but the extension runs out. I think we need to start it by August this year and have it completed by June next year. So we'd need to renegotiate that with the funder, and we haven't done that yet.
Thank you. Look, the one comment I do have that I believe Kent Reserve is the better option, and that is with the Oval Committee, some of the concerns that those people have, the amount of build at the Victor Harbour Oval and the amount of people that are coming in to watch different sports and that. So they see it's a bit of a risk. Yeah, I think there's a few unknowns here. Thank you.
You had a question, councillor Quinton?
Just more to a rebuttal. Can we do that yet, or do we wait for the
Yeah,
finisher?
well, you've already had your chance
Yep.
to speak as a seconder, so unless you can form it as a question, I can't take it.
I'll give that a shot. So I sort of see the junior scooter park and the pump track as two different items, and I don't think it should be one or the other. Can it not be both?
Kathy?
It certainly could be both. It's just a budget allocation. So at the moment, in the budget, there is just allocation for one. But if council chose to, it could allocate this year or in future years for both to be constructed or designed and constructed.
So we could conceivably keep both ideas on the table ongoing.
Through the mayor, correct.
Councillor Quaremba?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Kent Reserve is probably the better location. A question, has there been a disability accessibility study done on both areas? Because I know Kent Reserve is quite open, inviting to families. Does it have toilets? I'm pretty sure it has barbecue facilities.
Haven't you been to Kent Reserve?
Yeah, but it's a long time ago. But I'm not sure if that's the same with the Victor Harbour Oval. I know obviously when we do have sports down there, it's quite busy, and I'm just wondering if that has been taken into consideration.
Kathy?
Through the mayor, I don't know that we specifically took it into consideration when we did the design. It's always a consideration in any of our areas, any of our facilities. When council resolved to build the facility at Victor Harbour Oval, it was on the basis of community feedback at the time.
Councillor Burns, you have a question?
So just two questions. One, the feedback received about the pump track was, am I correct in that was people over 12? And what Councillor Kemp is talking about is for 4 to 12-year-olds. And my other question was that with the proposed location on Victor Oval, is it not correct that when they run sports events there, if people were coming to just use the pump track, they'd still be charged a fee? Or is that not correct?
Kathy?
Through the mayor, in terms of the age group, so the pump track that's currently designed was designed as an all ages, as a beginner to intermediate, definitely not a difficult, it's a very gentle sort of berms and slopes. So designed for young people. The consultation, it was, if that's what you mean, with all community was invited, and we specifically went to the primary school and did consultation there with what the kids were looking for, and that's the basis on the design. In terms of payment, as far as I'm aware, they will not have to pay, but that might be one I need to take on notice, because I don't think there'll be a charge for just using the pump track.
If there's no further, you got a question, Councillor Mann?
Yeah, just to be super clear, so council could keep what we're doing with the existing pump track and then reconsider Councillor Kemp's proposal in our long-term financial plan down the track.
Through the mayor, correct.
Councillor Kemp, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. The original concept, which was approved by this chamber, was a junior scooter park, and that's what the title is. It's not a pump track, it's a junior scooter park, which was approved by this council a couple of years ago. And you talk about the consultation process for site. There's only 20 in favour of Victor Harbour and 18 in favour of Kent Reserve, so I would call that a pretty drawn out conclusion where the site would be. Somehow, somewhere along the way, the design got changed into a pump track, away from a junior scooter park design of that process. So, and this is what we ended up with, and that's why I'm trying to revert back to the original concept of what was approved originally. So that's why I put this up, and because we've got enough money in the budget there now to build it, because the original build was only about 50,000. So we've got 180, maybe 140, depending on after design. But again, because it's still along the same concept, going back to sports and rec to get a change in heart of location and design, I think they may be more supportive because it is an educational aspect of the pump track, not just a training or riding for leisure type stuff. So I think the negotiation will be in favour of the council changing. So I believe it's right. Yes, I understand we can always, if it doesn't get up, it we put on the long-term financial plan for whenever time frame comes, but it's still alive on that proposal. But I still believe that we should, what I thought is go back to the original concept and what we approved a couple of years ago, where it got hijacked off into another design somehow.
That closes the debate. All those in favour? And all those against? That motion is lost. Thank you. To your last one, Councillor Kemp, I think. Motion on notice, the Victor Harbour Return Soldiers League. And would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Again, my motion is put up, but the administration put an alternative motion. Still has a similar outcome as to what my original motion was, but it's laid out a little bit differently, which may be more palatable to the chamber to approve if they feel it's a good motion and good purpose. I'll read out as in en bloc the following. The council approve a grant in 23-24 of $10,000 to the Victor Harbour Return Services League and a grant of $5,000 per year for 4 years. And an additional grant of $5,000 per year for 4 years, subject to the provisions of a specific project business case to council during the relevant budget preparation cycle. And I would add in there to be reviewed at the end of the 5-year term. Add that extra bit in. I need to declare a conflict of interest, a general one, as I'm a member of the RSL Club, and I'll move this motion, which I have, and speak to it and vote on it, as I don't actually personally receive any benefit from this proposal.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. The Victor Harbour RSL is a unique community club which provides several services to the community and to ex-Australian Defence Force men and women, and also currently now the emergency services they include into their membership. The Victor Harbour, the RSL provides a linkage to the members of the Victor Harbour community who have served in conflicts. The RSL has made a tremendous contribution to the community of Victor Harbour by investing a value of $500,000 to build a community facility at the Victor Harbour Oval, in conjunction with the Victor Harbour Football Club, as known as the Roos Club today. The RSL is a non-profit organisation who relies on its membership and fundraising functions to keep the club open. The club is open to the public on Wednesdays between 12 and 4, and for social get-together with a light lunch, gold coin donation. It's open to the community, and a monthly dinner at this stage on Friday evenings. With entertainment, etc. So this is one way if they actually raise funds. They rent out or hire out the club facilities to the community for a minimal, very small fee, but it's really about what the benefit of this. And this money is about maintaining the military museum and the projects to keep that. It's very expensive to maintain military memorabilia. They get a lot of donations, and they need to do it. One example was the honour board. They want to reinstate and redo again. They want to have an honour board, the honour boards from all people who have died in conflict, Australian service people. And the other honour board is for women who have served and died in conflict. As a separate honour board they want to do as a project. They have a World War I German gun they captured, which was some people who served in the conflict who captured that gun were members of Indy from Victor Harbour, I'm told. So this is about maintaining Australia's history and memorabilia, a project base. So it's not to cover any of their expenses of running the club at all. It's about maintaining their museum with a bit of funding from under the donation and from the City of Victor Harbour.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Burns. Do you mind if I ask Councillor Kemp a couple of questions first? Councillor Kemp, you said under the donation or grant funding program, is this part of the this is separate from the our current grant funding program?
Yeah, it's an additional, a special project request.
Okay. And the other question was, you said that emergency services now in the RSL membership. I understood, and maybe I was talking to Kent before, if you don't mind if I just ask Kent from the RSL who's here, you said that you went to the conference in Adelaide and that was the motion that you put forward, but it was rejected? Right. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, Councillor Kent, because you said emergency services are now in membership and
Yeah,
that's
but
an
this is just
affiliate.
new. This is new to me tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the services that refers to emergency services.
Yeah.
In the name.
Yeah, so it's just affiliate. Okay, sorry. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to first, I'm seconding, but first declare a general conflict of interest. I'm an affiliate member of the RSL. I don't have any material benefit and not on any boards of the RSL, and we'll be voting on this. I support this. They get very little funding and are really financially struggling to maintain the museum. And I think there's a lot of heritage value for the city of Victor Harbor. I think it's important that we support any museum, whether it be maritime, Aboriginal, any sort at all. And I think this is a major part of our community, and I think it should be supported, and I encourage other members to support it.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Schiller?
I also am a member of the RSL and have the same sentiment as the other members. I'll be talking to it and voting on it. I've got some questions. In the alternate motion, we've got $10,000 in the next 23-24 budget that is not going to impact on our budget. Is that correct? And I've got questions about how the justification of the 5,000 in ongoing years, whether there's a better way to look at that part of the motion into the future. So I'll ask administration if they get what I mean.
Through the Mayor, yes, you're correct. The $10,000 in 23-24 has no direct impact on the budget as it's been presented to you. Neither does the ongoing 5 or 10,000. Council will need to determine the extra 5,000 depending on a particular project or business case. So yes, you could look at a more simple process. Councillor Kemp's motion was originally that it was just $10,000 each year for 5 years. The suggestion was that in most other grants which council has the ability to endorse, which it has done in the past for other community organisations, it's usually based on a specific project or delivery of something rather than just for operational matters.
So could we potentially take the first component of the recommendation for the $10,000 and then review the ongoing part as time elapses?
Yes, you can, but I assume the intent was that it provides the RSL with some confidence that they would be receiving funding for a period of time for 5 years. The second component of that $10,000 in subsequent years, the council would have the ability to make that decision each year. So simple terms, 5,000 is guaranteed, another 5,000 would need to have council consideration. So you would have the opportunity to do that based on the current recommendation.
Councillor Corimba?
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Jenkins. Just a couple of things. I just want to clarify some of this money will go to the honour roll board. Is that correct?
Yep.
was my understanding that there are a number of projects that the RSL has in its museum, which they want to use money for. I would imagine that if the chamber requires a response, maybe the mayor can ask the president of the RSL if he has any high priority projects that he would need money for.
It was just sort of more the fact that I was reading here, the honour roll board is to capture all the names of men and women who have died in conflict in the name of Australia and who are from Victor Harbor. Now, I've been to the dawn service, and I can tell you, and I'm sure other members have here, one of the most moving parts is when you see all the people from Victor Harbor that have died. And to be honest, I think this is actually a pittance. We should be doubling this, considering what sacrifices these people have done for this country. So I will be fully supporting this motion. And thank you for your service.
Are there any further discussion points? Councillor Quinton?
Just a quick question. In terms of the acquittal for grants, there's a process that is followed for these types of grants that are funded by the council?
Through the mayor. In terms of donations, not as much, but obviously the second component of the ongoing support, if there was a business case, then there would be some sort of acquittal, and that would be usually council is invited to witness whatever piece of artefact has been restored, or they let us know about that. But in terms of a donation, there tends to be that acquittal. There is for a grant because it's usually around a specific purpose.
Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. A few questions quickly first. There's no current grant scheme that council delivers that projects in the future could be applied under?
There are, but again, this, in my mind, wouldn't deter the RSL from being able to apply for grants, as well as it's not uncommon for the RSL to host and run particular events within our community. We've supported them in kind before with services when they've had events here or hosted other RSL leagues and undertaken a march. So this certainly wouldn't exclude them from applying for other grants as well.
Perfect, thank you. And secondly, the recommendation, by my understanding, doesn't add anything to the deficit or the rate rise. It's found within the existing draft budget.
That is correct.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I thank Councillor Kemp for bringing this up and putting this motion up. I think there is lots of value to this in our community. I think that based on this funding being found within our existing draft budget, not extending that deficit or increasing that rate rise, that falls within something I'm comfortable to support, noting I have been going on about the budget and keeping it short. So happy to support this one.
Thank you. If there's no... Councillor Kemp, do you want to close the debate?
No, I just thank the members for their input and about the good cause that the RSL does for its community. And I guess this is a step in the right direction to remember the people who served, and one way of honouring them is by maintaining a museum for an educational purpose for our up and growing generations, to see what Anzac Day is all about and what it means to be in the Defence Force, but also more importantly is starting to go down the pathway of recognising first responders as part of affiliate members for the RSL now, to include them as a camaraderie and a social outlet for them as well.
Thank you. I now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? Mr Johncock, and well done, Councillor Kemp. I think that the RSL, as you said, does do a job for the community, for RSL members, their families, but also to the wider community. And on behalf of Council, I'd like to thank you very much for your service and for the work that you continue to do. We now will move back to what number are we? 11. Thank you. Okay. All right, 911, the draft budget.
I'd like to propose an alternate motion. This item, if I could.
Yes.
Seeing that 9.11 gets deferred till next week. So that provided, and then we can have a special council meeting. It's not included in the draft budget, and it was requested on the 7th of June, and I'll talk to what that is. So my motion is that 9.11 get deferred till next week, so we can...
Next week or next month?
Oh, well, a week, we can have a special council meeting.
Okay.
When administration can provide the information, they can do it in a week, terrific. They can do it in next month, that's fine.
So defer for a week? Yeah, a week for a special meeting of council. Yeah, I'll to that to let us know. Okay, so you're happy for that the item be deferred to the special meeting of council to be held next week?
Yes, on the basis that the requested information is provided.
Can you talk to that, please?
Sure. On the 7th of June, we elected members requested 3 items which would assist with both the rates and the budget finalisation. One has been provided with the scooter park, which is terrific, and I thank administration for that. The other was on hard rubbish. Preliminary costs were provided, and we requested, as part of the circular economy, options such as community groups providing that. We wanted to understand costs, because that would have a implication on the budget and potentially the rates to be included.
That won't impact on this budget.
And was the sports precinct that we requested, and it was acknowledged and provided in a workshop before the 26th, which was on the submission going out to the to organisations to test the costing, that we had a workshop to go through what we required in, what we required out, and part of that was we'll be provided with operational budget costing, capital budget costing, and also rate implications. And those 3 items on each of the different components would not only enable the finalisation of the budget and the rates, but also enable council to go out to the market with the specifics that they required. And we haven't been provided that. And I understand there's a workshop next on Wednesday to go through this, but in the documentation we haven't been provided with that information. So all I'm looking at is not that we don't look at going through the budget, and I agree with Councillor Mann, it's been really quite lean. Administration have done a lot of work to reduce the costs, but we need, before we finalise it, to understand if there's any additional costs that may increase the budget or increase the rates. And these were the items that we had flagged.
My understanding is that that latter item that you talked about
Yep.
won't be impacting, which is why we're having the workshop after the budget, but I might ask the CEO
And
to
if it doesn't
expand
have
on
any
that.
impact on budget or rates, then I'm fine.
The Mayor's correct. So obviously it wasn't a proviso on the 23-24 budget. There is some capital provision in the budget for the precinct, and that will not impact the workshop that you're going to have. There may be a requirement for some additional operating costs if you choose to go down the expression of interest process. But again, we may be able to find that within existing budgets. That wouldn't have an impact. That information wasn't reliant on the adoption of this budget as before you. And as with every budget, you will have the opportunity to review it on a quarterly basis. But at the moment, what you have before you is what we have laid out for the next financial year in terms of projects and the current proposed average rate increase as set out before you in the agenda.
And I'm fine if it has no rate or budget implications, that we continue as we are, and I'll withdraw my modification.
Thank you. So you're withdrawing your motion. Thank you. So we go back to the recommendation. If somebody would like to move the recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Schiller, and seconding Councillor Henderson. Do either of you speak to that?
Just that I think that what we've come up with this year is, 23-24 is a good budget for our times. We've had to take a haircut in every area, and there's been things that people have put up that have been very valid this year, and I feel really awkward in voting things down at times, but I think we've got a good result this year, and we've come in at 6.6% rise when inflation is much higher than that. So I think it's a great budget.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. Councillor Henderson, nothing to say. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Burns?
Yes, whilst I agree from an operational point of view, I think there's been a lot of really good work that's been done. I still believe there's areas of the capital budget where we could reallocate it. As Councillor Schofield mentioned before, we've got a community that's under stress from flooding, and some of the capital items, and correct me if they've been taken out, like the Arts Centre that we haven't even voted on, planning, could be better utilised for flooding mitigation within Victor Harbour. So I've got some concerns in that aspect, and because of that, I won't be voting budget. But in regard to the operation, I think a lot of good work has been done, and I commend the administration for the work they've done on that.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Any further discussion? Councillor Karemba?
Thank you, Mayor. So am I correct in saying that in the capital part of the budget, we're allocating, I think, $1 million for planning and design for the Arts and Cultural Centre? Is that correct? Or is it not that much?
Through the Mayor, it's $400,000 for the next financial year, 23-24,
okay.
Of $1 million project.
That's
so
right.
It's across 2 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I do remember that at times when we were discussing the sports and the sports precinct, that we said that if this was to get up, then it's pretty much all that council would be able to do over this coming budget and possibly another 2 because of the borrowings.
Again, that information will be presented to you when we look at the long-term financial plan. But yes, as a rough guesstimate, you're probably looking at a significant project every 5 years.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if that's the case, why are we sort of spending money on plans that potentially we will not be building for 5+ years? A lot of things can change in that period of time. Are we better maybe moving that money to, as Councillor Schofield said, flood mitigation and stormwater issues that we currently have, as all elected members have been receiving emails and phone calls, I assume, all week?
Again, that is up to the chamber. The council has already chosen to spread the design of the Arts and Cultural Precinct, which it has consulted with its community on. It is an item that many members of our community are keen on, but it's also one of those requirements of being shovel ready, like we have been with many other projects. The reason why we were successful with grant funding for all of our other major projects is they were ready well in advance. It doesn't mean they are done within the year they are designed.
Yeah.
And we tried to make that very clear to our community so they don't have expectations that because the design work's being done, that it's going to be delivered in the following year.
Okay, and with that shovel ready component, is there a use by date? So if we say we design plans now, those plans are good for 10 years, or does it mean that we have to then revisit and add more money or change the plans? Or that, you know, I'm sort of trying to get to.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Again, that depends on the project. Most of the designs would still be relevant. Obviously, when you go through to detailed costings, you wouldn't be doing any of that until the time in which you are actually looking to build, because those are the costs that will change significantly. The designs, however, would not.
Okay, yeah, and I agree. We've tried to trim this budget down. I think probably not enough, but there is a lot of pain in the community, and I won't be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Are there any further discussions? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. it's interesting when it comes around to budget time about, have we done enough work on it sometimes, because sometimes I feel that we tend to spend a lot on PowerPoint presentations and very little breakdown discussions. But I do like to ask a couple of questions just to clarify my mind if the budget is a good budget in the context. In the activity area, we have 15 activity areas where it shows our revenue and our expense stream comes from. In the activity area 1 of this current budget administration, there's $1 million was deleted from previous year. Is there an explanation why we reduced that activity area by $1 million? Because I know at the beginning, the finance manager said that, they went through the budget, they stripped it, they cut it back dramatically, but I'd like to know if they cut $1 million out of an activity area, what's the impact on services?
Kelly? Depends what activity area you're talking about, Councillor Kemp.
Administration.
Administration.
Sorry, through the Mayor. So in terms of administration, I'm just struggling to find which one you're referring to, because we don't actually have one in my detailed spreadsheet called that. We do have organisational, which may be the one you're referring to.
In the financial plan, it has an activity area called administration.
Is that in the annual business plan itself?
Yes, that's where you got your budgets on what you got to expend.
What page is that, Councillor Kemp?
Okay, let's find the budget. Page 28 of the annual plan.
Okay, no worries. Sorry, I know where you're at now. Sorry, through the Mayor. So the administration area combines a number of activity areas, including customer service, elected members, loans, organisational and rates admin. The amounts that were cut out during that budget, the budget preparation and deliberations before it came to elected members, were basically across the entire budget. So through all the different activity areas, not just within these particular ones in that administration bundle. So I would have to go back to previous workings and scribbled on documents to see essentially what we had pulled out at that stage. But it's not just within that administration bundle.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that our salaries from the previous 12 months to next financial year has increased by 2,320,000. That's a huge increase. I understand the EB agreement increased by 1 million, but 2.3 million in salaries from one year to the next. If we,
So through the Mayor, there's a couple of things to take into account there. One is, yes, the EB increases. Another is the increment increases that staff would go through as they have been at council for a number of years. There's also an increase to the superannuation guarantee that we need to take up, which then also affects work cover as well, because that is all factored in. The other item that is factored in at the moment is an increase in the salaries due to the corporate system project. So we have additional staff on board while we're going through that project, so that will reduce after the corporate system has been implemented. So it is higher increase than normal, that difference, because of that particular anomaly essentially within the budget.
Thank you. Under the asset renewal funding ratio, according to the figures in our new one, we're down by 48% in our asset renewal funding ratio indicator, even though our expenditure for the asset renewal has gone up by $702,000. How come there's such a dramatic drop of 48% from last year if we've still got a little bit more funding than previous year, and we should be actually be doing the same amount of work?
So through the Mayor, the ratio has been essentially worked out on the budget preparation, and it does depend what's included at the time. The
the December budget review ratio was based on a number of projects that weren't finished at the 30th of June 2022. And so we're expecting to complete those by 30th of June, by Friday, which would have resulted in a higher ratio. So the ratio that's been estimated for 23-24 is based on the projects that have been included after it's basically been stripped back to what's absolutely required, as compared to the amount that's in the long-term financial plan and asset management plans. So it does fluctuate and it will depend and probably change on our 30 June position, depending on what projects have been completed at that close of business on the 30th of June.
Thank you. Again, it's sort of we cut the budget, but we increased expenditure, even though we've cut it back dramatically, as you said. But we have increased expenditure overall by $1.2 million extra. We received about $2.5 million in revenue as well. So I just don't, I'm trying to get my head around how the budget works in the context of the money flowing. When you cut back, you increase the expenditure. So you actually, I don't know where you increase the expenditure in some areas. It's across the board in all the activity areas. I thought you was cutting back, so I don't know how you can cut back on one hand and then increase on the other. So it sounds to me like you're took out $1,080,200 in administration, but you increase your budget by $1,085,000 increase. So it's only a small difference. So it's like you're taking out one area and putting back in another, but you're not actually saving anything. So I'm not quite sure how that worked, but that's just how I interpret the figures. Not saying they're wrong or anything like that. It's just my interpretation, how I read the budget documents. There are some great elements in the budget and there's some other elements in there which I'm not over happy about, and how I decide which way to vote tonight, because I think that we could have done a better budget in the way of rates reduction. In some areas there, I think we could have reduced some costs and kept the rates down to even a lower, considering all the hardship that everyone talks about in the chamber, in the paper, about the community, fixed rates on what people earn, everything like that. But even so, there still is going to be a big increase to a lot of people. So I'm still making up my mind which way to go on this one.
Do you want to respond? Oh, Kelly?
Thank you. Through the Mayor. I guess just a couple of points to what you said, Councillor Kemp. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's been a lot of movement when you look at the operating expenses, but in consideration that there was a $1.25 million increase in depreciation because of revals. There's also the increases to employee costs that we've just talked about in terms of the EB and superannuation and work cover. And there's also the CPI increase that has affected a lot of, we've tried to keep that minimal and only applied it to job lines where it specifically relates. But there's increases in electricity and insurance that are well above CPI, sitting around 20% as well. So when you put all of those increases together, we've actually been able to claw back quite a bit by stripping the budget back to only have a $1.2 million increase over the December budget review. So there's a number of factors that were impacting the budget that we had to go back and essentially pull everything out that we possibly could, so that there wasn't such a big increase and a big effect on the rates.
Thank you. Councillor Korembo, have you got a question? Yep.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we're obviously delivering a deficit in this budget. How many years now have we delivered a consecutive deficit?
As in adopted a deficit?
Yeah.
You adopted a deficit last financial year and the one prior, but the one prior I think you delivered a surplus budget. I think the only time you delivered a deficit budget was with the Frawa asbestos matter.
Right,
But your
okay.
current budget is you adopted a deficit.
Okay. And regarding the consultation that we went out to community, how many people responded to the consultation?
And you just received that in your annual business plan consultation.
Should be in your papers, Councillor Korembo.
Do we know roughly? Sorry, I must have missed it.
No, that's fine. I know we had about 13 people at our public meeting, and I think we received about 30 submissions, but 40
or
submissions
50,
we received.
Yeah, and they were positive, negative?
A mixture of both. A
Mixture
mixture
of
of both.
both,
Obviously, you know, members of our community would like funds to be generated, concentrated into different areas. But there was a mixture of both support. That again is contained in that item that you adopted at 9 and 11.
Okay, thank you.
There any further discussion? Councillor Mann, and then Sheila, you can close the debate. Councillor Mann.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I guess just to, based off a few of the recent comments of some of the other elected members around their concerns and reasons for not supporting the current budget after that they've brought up tonight. And I just, after, you know, we've worked on this budget for the past 5 months and significant amount of workshops and time have gone into it, I'd love to get them across the line. So I guess there's just a few questions around that $400,000 of capital for the Arts and Culture Centre. Just looking at whether within that detailed design that's currently in that budget, if that was to be removed, whether there'd be significant impacts or any impacts really on the staffing in terms of allocation of that work, or what that may look like. Because I think there are some great points they've raised around that's based off our current long-term financial plan, which is very out of date. And I think after Wednesday will be even further out of date. So I think there's definitely consideration to be had around looking at maybe deferring that or realigning it based on that new long-term financial plan. So potentially there is that scope to remove that from the current budget. But I'm just, if we were to go ahead with removing that, or deferring it, what would that look like from that organisational staffing kind of view?
Graham may wish to add to it. I guess the question you ask yourself is, what is the cost of not continuing on with something you've already commenced because you've already expended funds, so not to continue on with that piece of work. The council always had the intent of staging that project, and I think the majority of that detailed design or the ongoing of that project was about bringing the cinema up to scratch, because it is a functioning cinema, and now that it's owned by a public body, which is ourselves, we need to make sure that that is compliant. So the whole idea of progressing that project is that council has already expended significant funds, and to just stop, I just think you need to look at the cost of doing nothing as well. Removing it wouldn't have a direct impact on any of your rates or any of your current budgeting, because it is capital item, and some of those detailed designs, obviously it's contracted out in terms of the work of that would be around the project management side of things, but I'm sure the staff resourcing would be absorbed in other projects.
What the CEO said, yes. Yeah, just to pick up on the resourcing, we have essentially one officer or part of one officer delivering that project for the most part, and that would be quickly absorbed by other projects that come up as they come along, as is the case. But yeah, all the other sentiments around the project I concur with.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I guess it's not looking at that stopping. It's, you know, it is a project that will need to continue, and that work that's expended on it, it's more around whether it's most appropriate to do it in this financial year, in this capital budget, as opposed to if future financial years are looking at within that long-term financial plan. I'll ask the mover and seconder whether they're willing. It's probably not. No, it's probably two different. I think I'm willing to put up an amendment to defer that from this budget. Yeah, just to deferring that capital expense of those detailed designs to be reconsidered in next year's long-term budget. Something to those wordings, if you can help me out with.
We'll just wait for this to go through, and then I'll take. Unless you've got a question while Kelly's working that out.
Yeah, it's just a question on the impact to council if we're not compliant with disability inclusion issues under the Act, and what are the impact if we're not compliant for fire safety while the cinema is operating.
Okay, I'll wait for the amendment to go through. It's related to the... Any questions? Wait until the...
That was, capital item was withdrawn. Is that capital monies available?
If that's your questions related to the amendment?
Yeah.
Yep, we'll wait until the amendment comes through. So, Councillor Mann, being subject to the removal of the Arts and Culture Stage 1 design at a cost of $400,000.
Thank you, that's great.
Okay. Arts and Culture Design, it's not Stage 1. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Councillor Burns. Anne, do you want to speak to your amendment?
I'll take it as already spoken to.
Councillor Burns, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I support what Councillor Mann has just discussed, and I would look at supporting the budget if that was removed and we were able to reallocate those funds to areas like flood mitigation.
I'm not sure that those funds can be reallocated at this point. They're capital funds. So
Could put up a motion to utilise to the same value.
I'll let
Yeah.
the CEO
May I just suggest this council will soon be receiving the stormwater management strategy, which looks at various flood mitigation requirements that you'll need to be implementing and prioritisation of those. When you receive that, that's when I would be looking at if you were looking to do any other additional works, because you also need to take into consideration the workload on our workforce as to what we can actually deliver this financial year and in against other works, because the Arts and Cultural Centre wasn't being delivered by our outside workforce, it was being delivered by contractors and internally, even though it was a capital item. So with your intent, if you're going to support the amendment, then I'd suggest you wait until you receive that documentation, and then you can direct various funds to the right place at the right time.
Okay, does anybody want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Schiller, Councillor Schofield, and then Councillor, was that Henderson? If you speak to the amendment, you have also spoken to the motion, so you can't speak to the motion again, okay? So Councillor Schiller?
The question is, if this amendment doesn't get up, I can speak back to the original motion at the end, because I moved the original motion. Is that correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay. But similar sentiment to David, where a lot of work has gone into the upgrade and looking at the DDA compliance of the cinema, and it is if this is going to impact that part of the design and slow it down, I think we need to rethink whether we make the amendment occur. We need to also think about the fact that this arts precinct, if it's going to be pushed completely out of the long-term financial plan, that's fine. But past councils have put this together, and there is an arts community out there that this was a hot topic, say probably 7-8 years ago. I'm trying to think of the time. So although we're in council right this minute, there have been previous councils that have made decisions, and we need to weigh up all of those things when we make this decision.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. I'll just ask Graham Pathouse to respond to your question about DDA compliance.
Through the Mayor, DDA compliance is an issue at the cinema. There's things that are non-compliant at the moment. Same with some of the emergency egress and fire prevention requirements associated with the building. So that's part of the design work that's actually been happening at the moment. That was committed to by council this financial year. So that's that work is ongoing, and that'll be completed soon. So that addresses the design for the compliance. It doesn't make it compliant. It just addresses the design for compliance for the cinema, which is the upstairs cinema and all of the interface towards the main street, towards Ocean Street. It doesn't include the back end of the cinema, the stage area and those sorts of areas. That's because that's under the grand design. That's to be repurposed as a proscenium theatre. The thing that it does provide for is a plan to how compliance can be achieved and what that looks like in terms of costs, so that can be planned over time. And one of the responses and one of the requirements that we often have and that are often required of council by various authorities in that space is that, you know, if you can't be compliant at a point in time, if you've got a plan towards compliance and you're actively, you know, working towards that plan, and it might take some time to get there, then at least you're doing something. So that's a mindset that sits particularly with accessibility compliance, and bearing in mind that the bar's raised for, you know, a public entity like council. And the only other thing I'd add to that is that the broader ambition of the Arts and Culture Centre includes buildings that are existing. We're not starting from scratch with these, and those buildings haven't received much love for a long time, and that's kind of been delayed while we've been going through this process. So if that's delayed longer, there's probably some very short-term requirements that, and they're heritage listed buildings as well, so that council can't allow them to sort of go to ruin. So there's quite a bit of facade treatment work that is that's been delayed for many years at the town hall. You know, some of those sorts of things, even the usability of the town hall for some of the things that take place there, and some of the pressure that we've had from user groups that have been looking forward to, you know, the longer term plan, and so putting up with it in the meantime come to fore as well. So yeah, there's lots in that.
Councillor Schofield.
I won't support the amendment, and one of the reasons being is for the past 5 months we have spent thousands of hours going through the budget. During that time, each and every one of us have had numerous opportunities to ask the questions that are being asked tonight, to look at changes, to address and talk to the staff. We've been out to public consultation. We've got the feedback from our community. We're going to backstep on all of that? How many hours have each one of us spent in this room? What is the cost of our staff to put up this budget, and right at the death knock, everybody backflips? That is not what I call good leadership. It is not what I call good time management for the staff when we're complaining about staff costs. It is not good time management for myself, let alone the other 8 elected members in this room. I think we all need to sit back and just have a look at ourselves and what we're doing. I will not vote for the amendment.
Councillor Karamba.
I just have a couple of questions regarding the DA to bring the building up to disability compliance. Can that be separated from the big major plan so that we actually are fulfilling our requirements to make the cinema compliant without having to spend such a huge amount of money in difficult times?
Through the Mayor, yes, it can, is the short answer. There's some complexities about it, of course, but there would be nothing preventing council from doing a stage 1 delivery, if you like, of a 3 or 4 or 26-stage arts and culture, well, perhaps not 26 stages, but yeah, more stages in an arts and culture centre. That's quite feasible. And in fact, that was the way it was presented in that manner, so that it focused on compliance of the cinema space in the first instance, and also because the cinema space is the space that has a commercial return. So there's the value of that sits with it. So that was a very conscious decision that council made when it decided to do that as a stage one approach. It also did it on the basis that it was a stage one of a broader arts and culture centre, not a cinema upgrade, because stage one of a broader arts and culture centre is much more attractive in terms of funding from other sources than a commercial cinema upgrade. So it's important to keep that connection to the broader project. So the short answer is yes, it could be staged. It does have a big impact on the cinema and the space, of course. It would need to be closed for a long time for that to happen, and it does, some thought would have to be given to how successive or future stages would be achieved as well, but it could be done as a staged approach.
Okay, and regarding Councillor Schofield's comments, I do agree with a lot of what she's saying, but I also think that, you know, it is late in the game, but we should never just say this is done and dusted, because things do come up like we've heard all week. And as you've mentioned, that people are complaining about stormwater issues. And I don't think in the community's eyes, spending $400,000 on a plan that we potentially may not build for 5 or 6 years when we have other pressing issues. And I know it is difficult because everybody's put in thousands of hours, as Councillor Schofield has mentioned, but nonetheless, this is a very important document, and I think that we should give it, even up to the last minute, all the consideration it deserves. I just don't know if the community are going to be quite happy about spending this much money on a project that potentially is not going to be built, like I said, for a long time when we have other pressing issues, and especially that we're delivering a 6.6% rate increase as well. Thanks.
You have a question, Councillor Schiller?
What's the life cycle of this detailed design? How long can we sit on it and be relevant?
Sit on not doing anything. Sorry, the design. For the current stage, sorry, I'm not entirely sure of the question, but for the current stage, stage one, that will remain relevant for as long as the compliance aspects within building codes stay relevant, so they can change over time as well. So that's probably the primary relevance, and perhaps for the broader design, well, I would say the same thing, but if that's not proceeding, then it's probably neither here nor there in the scheme of things. Sorry, I'm not sure if I've answered the question properly. But...
Councillor Henderson, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. I've been waiting very patiently. I'll not be supporting this amendment. We've been talking about an arts and culture precinct for a very long time, since before I was on council, and I've been here 4.5 years now. And all we seem to do is talk about it and have plans, and then they get pushed further and further back. We have a huge community support for such a precinct, and that's been shown in all of our feedback. And we have a group of people out there becoming, like myself, very impatient because nothing is happening. The upgrade to the cinema is the first stage of this. If we don't move, everything just becomes more and more deteriorated. And I'm thinking now of not only the cinema, but the town hall. We have people performing in the town hall. And in my opinion, backstage at the town hall is an occupational health and disaster waiting to happen. It is not safe to use. The longer we delay these stages, the worse that becomes and the more liable we become. So I'm not supporting taking this out. We need to move on this. We've been talking about it long enough. Our community is sick of waiting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, another question for Director Pat House, because it's about the $400,000 design. Two-part question. One is that we've already done design on compliance issues for DDA and fire safety, and do we know the cost and the construction period that will take place? And this one is $400,000 for the finishing of stage one, which is the back area of the cinema and upstairs. And what's the construction time for that period in the plan?
Through the Mayor, just to clarify, the current stage work is stage one, the cinema upgrade, compliance upgrade, the front end of the cinema. The $400,000 in the current budget is part of a $1 million completion of design for the remainder of the centre, straddled over 2 years essentially. Okay, so it's a stage two, which is the rest of the centre. So, but that's a $1 million project, straddled over 2 years, 400 this year, and then the balance, 400 in the next financial year, the one that you're debating about at the moment, and then 600 in the balance of that. In terms of build time, I think that was part of your question. Well, that's entirely up to council in terms of its long-term financial plan and when it allocates the funding within the plan to continue with the project.
Yeah, thank you for that. What about the compliance construction period? When would that?
So if we were to build, how long would the construction take?
Well, no, just for the compliance upgrades of the DDA and the fire safety, when's that timeline for that to be completed?
That's not, we haven't got that in the plan at the moment, so it's another decision for council.
I think everybody has spoken on that. Councillor Mann, did you want to close? No, there's no closing debate on the amendment, so I will put the amendment through. If that is lost, we go back to the original motion. So we're now voting on the amendment. All those in favour? And those against? Amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion. Relation to the original motion. Councillor Schiller can close the debate.
Same story. We've had many months to get this budget right. We've had many months to troll over every single part of the budget if we wish to, and to come to tonight and then decide that you want to oust the budget isn't reasonable, and we shouldn't have to go through this. It has happened in past years where we've got to this stage and the budget doesn't get through. And this other point that I had before was that some of the decisions in the budget are from previous councils, previous public consultations, including the Arts Centre. So we need to respect what's come to us in the past. We can't just, obviously we do make adjustments at times, but we can't undo maybe good work that's been done by previous councils.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? Carried. Can I have a? Councillor Mann? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Schiller? Councillor Quinton? Councillor McKenzie? And Councillor Schofield? Those against? Councillor Burns, Councillor Karemba and Councillor Kemp. That motion is carried. I'd like to say thank you very much to everybody. The budget process and all of the discussions that we've had have been very robust, very truthful, and there's been difficult decisions and compromises made all the way through that all of us have made together, and I'd really like to commend you on that. It's been a tight budget with 5 months of negotiations. There haven't been any discretionary items put in, so that it is a budget that we've kept rates as low as we possibly can, especially at this tough economic time when we don't want to cut services because people need our services more than ever. But we also need to plan for the future because we've got young people coming up and we've got a growing population that we need to plan for. So these decisions have been very difficult, and I commend all of you for the hard work that each and every one of you have put in. It is 8:15, so we will have a break for 10 minutes and come back at 8:25. I do know that Emma wants to take a photograph of the elected members with the senior management team because we weren't able to get that done earlier on as Victoria wasn't with us back then. So if you could just all stay, and I'm not sure where she wants us. Where do you want us? In the foyer, please, everyone. which I'm sure you'd like. So if you turn to page 310, which is item 12.2, the 2024 National Marathon Canoeing Championships, 3 days closure of Encounter Lakes. The recommendation is that council approve the closure of Encounter Lakes to the public from 7 to 4 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. From Friday the 5th of April to Sunday the 7th for the National Marathon Canoeing Championships. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded, Councillor Burns. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to that? No, Councillor Burns?
Just to say thank you to the organisation for choosing Victor Harbour.
We're very lucky. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, I've got a few questions to start with. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think on the website today I saw that we've gone out to public consultation already on this matter. What I saw on the closure of the, for the Australian Masters Championships on the lake.
This is not the Masters Championships. This is the National Marathon Canoeing Championships, which I think is different.
Sorry, I may have called it Masters, but I'm sure that was on the website, but I'll stand corrected, but that's fine.
Unless I'll just ask if it's gone out to public consultation, not that we're aware of. No,
okay.
It must be something else.
Something else, something similar. Thank you. One of the things I find interesting about the group will be doing a letterbox drop for the residents around the lake. We have a lot of residents who don't live in Victor Harbour who have houses on the lake. They'll be contacting them as well to let them know, because they lease those houses out for rental periods, for weekends and that. And considering that's along the lines of between Easter and the school holidays in South Australia, but we've got the Eastern States school holidays where a lot of people come to Victor Harbour from the Eastern States and hire out a lot of houses around the lake. So that will impact them. So I'm not quite sure how this group will be actually contacting all the residents, and also especially the people who rent out, because if they're paying $1,000 a weekend or more for a house on the lake, they can't use it. There'll be some grumpy non-resident ratepayers about, their facilities not being able to be used, what they've advertised for. So if the question can be raised as an answer along the lines of how will they contact the non-resident ratepayers that this is going to happen, so they can plan for
There
that.
is a couple of people in the gallery with the leave of the chamber. I can ask them.
Thank
if you're
you.
happy for me to do that?
Yep.
Would one of you be able to come up and answer any questions? Yep, thank you very much. So would you be able to answer Councillor Kemp's question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Councillor, the letter drop will be a requirement of DEPTI in terms of life jacket exemptions. It's our intention to communicate with the residents and the non-resident landowners through the newsletter which is issued by the Lakes Residents Group, and that they have quarterly newsletters which are circulated to all of their members, so they'll be notified as soon as we get approval.
Not all residents on the lake are members of that committee. Membership and non-resident ratepayers. There's 4,000 non-regional ratepayers, so I don't know who is a non-regional ratepayer on the lake, so I'm not quite sure how you're going to notify them about the event, because they're the ones that are going to be leasing out their properties to have income, especially between eastern states when they come over here for their holidays, because they'll still be here, and go back, prior to school starting in the eastern
Sorry,
states.
Councillor Kemp, we can help coordinate that with the kayaking club so that they're able to reach the non-residential ratepayers. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
I've still got a couple of questions.
Sorry, Councillor Kemp.
How many competitors are coming from interstate? Are you thinking, not the locals, but the competitors from interstate?
We're expecting we're hoping or budgeting for about 120 people from interstate. That's competitors.
And then, of course, people will come with them, because you're talking about the economy impact and how much it will have a good impact onto the local economy with accommodation and meals, etc. So that must be about 300 people totally. Yeah.
We're assuming 1.75 people per competitor, so we were looking at around 300 people.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Sorry, Mark Breen's my name.
Mark. Carol Schofield?
Now, look, I could be wrong, and I might be getting the two events mixed up. But I was reading somewhere that the parking will be around the lakeside for the competitors, or is that the other one that I'm thinking that I read about?
No, Mark, where will your parking be?
No, the expectation is that the parking will be in the reserve next to the hospital, so we won't be using the roadside. That just won't work. The parking area behind the cafe would be, excuse me, will be kept for secure boat storage, but competitors will be directed to park in the reserve near the hospital, so that we don't conflict with residents or the local cafes client parking.
Okay, and do you think that'll be enough room?
Absolutely. If it's enough parking for running triathlons, it'll be plenty of parking for our event.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Karemba?
Thanks for asking the questions. People walking crossroads with kayaks, is there any traffic management being implemented at all for the event?
No, we very deliberately won't be having any road closures. We will be having signs up saying that there's a local event in progress, and we'll probably be marshalling that road crossing, but there won't be road closures as such.
Just to make it safe, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. Now, Councillor, you didn't want to say anything. Councillor Burns, did you speak to that as a seconder?
Yes, I did. I
You did?
just thank them for holding the event in Victor Harbour.
Does anybody else want to speak to this? In that case, I will put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Congratulations and best of luck with your national kayaking or canoeing rather championships. Best of luck. And we do have a world champ in our midst. The world champ? Well done. All right, now if we go back to the previous item, which was page 261. And this is our rates declaration. So recommendation 1. And I'll take the recommendations as read so that I don't need to read them out because it would take a very long time. Would someone like to move recommendation 1? Councillor Kemp. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. Want to speak to that, Councillor Kemp? Councillor Henderson? Does anyone want to speak to recommendation 1? So I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 2, which includes part A, B, C, D and E. Would somebody like to move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And seconding that, Councillor Mann. Do either of you want to speak to that recommendation? Does anybody want to speak to the recommendation? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 3. Someone like to move that way? And thank you, Councillor Schofield, for seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, I think the fixed charge, I think it's too high. I think it's increased above CPI. This time, I think from memory, around about $20 to $30, if I'm correct, but kind of no doubt finance manager will be able to tell me exactly the difference between last year and this year's, but I just think it's just too quickly. I know we organise around 20% of rate revenue. There must be a fixed charge to help supplement, the rate revenue, but I just feel that $479, a little bit steep to start. I think we could have been a bit less than that, incremental $10 every year or something like that. It seems reasonable. This was a bit of a jump, so I won't be supporting this one.
Any further discussion? Councillor Kuremba.
Thank you, Mayor. How much was the jump from last year?
Kelly?
Through the Mayor, so it's a change of $58. So last year it was 421, but just keeping in mind that that increase is built into the overall 6.6% average rate rise. So it's not an additional increase, it's part of that 6.6% and trying to raise revenue for around 20% of the total revenue.
Thanks.
Any further discussions? In that case, I'll put it to the floor. You've got a question? No. All those in favour? Those against? Recommendation 4. This is in relation to the landscape boards. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann. And seconded Councillor Schiller. You want to speak to that, Councillor Mann?
Oh yeah, just to thank the state government for the privilege of collecting their rates for them.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Schiller, do you want to thank the state government as well? Any further discussion on that? Councillor Schofield.
Can I just add there will be an increase in that fee this year?
Sorry. Any further discussion? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 5, which is the fixed. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? Recommendation 6. This is in relation to the mandatory rate rebates, detailed in attachment A. Someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Burns. Seconded by Councillor Schiller. Either of you want to speak to that?
Just to say that I think that the rebates are very important for those organisations.
They certainly are. Councillor Schiller, do you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Recommendation 7 in relation to the discretionary rebates for assisted supporting local businesses, historic significance and benefit to the local community. Moved that way, David Kemp. Seconded, Councillor Burns.
A question first before I speak to it. Can I move another motion as a separate motion to this under item 7 to do with the Christian Fellowship discretionary rebate, or do I include it as item 4?
I would suggest doing it afterwards separately.
Thank you. I think this is, again, a good service that we provide to our non-profit organisations, our community groups, to help support them. It's hard enough to actually raise funds for their groups and for what they actually achieve. So giving a rebate to help set off them some costs, I think it's a good move by council to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Burns, did you want to speak to this?
Just to say that I agree with Councillor Kemp's comments.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? If not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? And number 8 is around rate and single instalment or quarterly instalments. Move that way, Councillor Schofield. Thank you. Seconded by. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Now, councillor Kemp, you had another motion that you foresaw.
Yes, I move that the Christian Fellowship Centre receives 100% rebate for the council rates under 166 discretionary rebates of rates B and J of the Local Government Act 1999 at number 4, 46 to 52 Ocean Street, Victor Harbour in the 23 and 24 and each year after. Spring.
And you're saying and each year after? Sorry? Perpetual? What, Kelly?
If I can, just through the mayor. So if once any property is on the discretionary listing, it stays on there unless what we basically do is send out correspondence each year to ask if anything has changed. And that may be something that changes within the corporations themselves that then makes them not eligible. So they would stay on there unless something changed.
Thank you. So just don't put for every year after, then just after 23, 24. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Do you want to speak to that, councillor Kemp?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yes, we maybe repeating myself a little bit from when the gentleman came and spoke to the council at under the sorry, when he came and spoke. Yeah, sorry, mine just went blank. The Christian Fellowship is not a non-for-profit organisation. The membership of the association comprises of people from local churches who subscribe to the objects of the association, which is to spread the knowledge of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ and declared in his holy word, the Bible, and through opportunity to share in friendly, comfortable atmosphere to provide light refreshments. That's their objective. And they achieve that. They provide a literacy religious service to the community, irrespective of what denomination the person is who goes in there. It provides a place for people to meet and share their religious beliefs as well, if they choose to. It provides and raises money for a chaplaincy for the schools, provides religious service to the community. So I believe that when you're looking at the two sections of B, E and J, B is around a business, you know, for the community. Another one is J, which is about community services. The term fellowship is defined as friendly association, especially with people who share one interest in companionship, company, looking for fellowship of friendly people, community of interest, activity, feeling or experience, in this case, religion. The Christian Fellowship provides a service to its community, irrespective of the denomination of the community. And I think that if we look at our diversity commitment statement at the beginning of a council, we talk about the City of Victor Harbour is committed to diversity, equity, inclusion. We respect people of all ages, abilities, genders, sexualities, religions, cultures and background. And I think there's an opportunity there to put beliefs in there if we're going to do an amendment later at the year without notice. But I believe this will be a good cause. It's $3,700 that we'll have to cover off on, but I think they do a great service to our community on a religious base.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burns, did you want to speak, add anything?
Just to say that I'm supportive of any organisation receiving rebates if they're providing a service to the community. It's not so much because they're a religious organisation, but because they're actually adding value to the community, and I'm supportive of any religious or non-religious one that does that.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Does anybody want to add anything? Councillor Mann?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think previously my rationale around originally not supporting this was around that opportunity for other organisations or similar ones in our community to sort of approach on that same B and J guidelines. But I think what the deputation has outlined is that, from my perspective, I think it does meet that mandatory rebate of rates for religious purposes based on that discussion and that further information. And that's probably where I would distinguish this now, apart from other organisations in the community and non-for-profits. But I'm happy to support it as put by Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. Any further discussion? And councillor Schiller?
Admin's commentary was that basically this could open us up to other organisations requesting this. So can we have a little bit of a example of this? Another question is that this is in a commercial premises, so are they being charged commercial rates?
Kelly? Through the Mayor, so yes, they would be getting charged commercial rates as a shop. The Valuer General has it down as a cafe/shop, so they meet that land use criteria. In terms of setting a precedent, there is a risk that there would be other not-for-profit shops and charities that may wish to apply under the same clause, the 166(1)J, which is for they provide a benefit to the community by discounted goods, I guess, or something else. So there's always a risk of precedence in terms of providing essentially a rate rebate to a shop or a commercial premises. That's one that you as members need to weigh up and deal with that as we go through.
This is really awkward because I think it is going to set a precedent that could come back and bite us quite badly. And I really appreciate the work that the group are doing, but they also could potentially have the option of getting a less prime location and doing the same thing elsewhere and not incur the same sort of fees that they are at that location. Like I say, I feel a little bit uncomfortable about stating that, but I can see that could cause a lot more problems. It's a bit like the Brian Lilly issue where we're setting a precedent that we don't, if it's black and white, it's written there in the rule book. So I think at this stage, I won't vote for it, unfortunately.
Thank you. Is the councillor Corimbo?
Thank you. I understand Councillor Schiller's concerns, but we can judge everything on its merits, or are we legally bound that once we do this, we have to do it for everybody? No?
You don't have to do it. It'll come to council.
Yeah,
and
but
you
I'm
can
saying we
talk
would.
about it.
Yeah, that's right. So everything can be judged on its merits, correct?
It can be, but it's very difficult to set a precedent based on a similar thing and then say yes and no to other people.
Yeah,
but certainly everything can be judged on its merits.
Okay, yeah. So that's the main thing, is that we, as elected members, we would base everything on its merits. And did the original application, was there something wrong with the original application that sort of precluded them from, or something's changed in the way they've applied?
I think the way that we looked at the original application was as an op shop. They were making money. No? Kelly?
Through the Mayor, so the report did mention that it's not dissimilar to other not-for-profit/charity commercial shops in the main street. Didn't specifically mention op shops as such, but that would be one of the similar type properties that may infer they have an ability to put an application in for rebates, providing a similar type service to the community. And I guess the main thing for elected members to consider is, whilst they're all very good benefits and good services to the community, essentially once you provide a rebate, the rest of the ratepayer base is subsidising that rebate. So there is an ongoing effect to the rest of the ratepayers who will incur higher differentials when we go through that process if there is a massive uptake or request for extra rebates.
Yeah, but on this, just this one thing, how much are we talking about spreading the load? I mean, what would that be as a, like, we talking cents or?
In terms of just this one particular application, it isn't a lot, but that is something that you may wish to consider as a precedent, that's all.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Henderson?
Like Councillor Schiller, I have concerns over this because the property is listed as a cafe and shop, and that seems to be the primary reason it is there and why it is there in the main street. It may also, as was presented to us, offer Christian fellowship, but that's in addition to it being a shop and a cafe. It is not a church as such. So even though they are playing a community role, which I believe is very important, I still think because of what the premises is used primarily for, it still doesn't fit a church organisation in that situation, in that building.
Councillor Quinton?
Yeah, I was sitting on the fence on this one. Could I maybe suggest that we look at a slight amendment to the amendment and go for like a 50% rebate?
The 75 to 100 is a range under that criteria 166.
Sorry, correction, 75%.
Kelly?
Through the Mayor, just to give you a bit of context in terms of the decision, your attachment A has a list of the discretionary council rebates. So if this one were provided under section 166(1)(j), which is an organisation that provides a benefit or service to the local community, similar properties that would incur, that are provided with a 75% rebate are things like the Encounter Centre, Meals on Wheels, Riding for the Disabled, and then 100% is to ones like Lions Club and Rotary Club, those bigger clubs. So I don't know if that helps with your percentages, but just to give you a bit of an idea.
Councillor Schofield?
I'm just wondering whether they actually own the building, because if they own the building, then they will receive the council rates themselves. If they're renting or have the premises leased to them or gifted to them, then they are not going to get the rate increase. The person that owns the premises will get it. And that was one of the things that we actually spoke about when the main street was being put up. We actually spoke about not charging any of our business council rates. But then it came back to the fact that the businesses that lease the premises do not get the council rates given to them. It goes to the owner of the premises. And that was a debate that we had in council. So would this be the same? So if we waive the council rates, will that then be passed on to this particular group?
My understanding is that the businesses, as part of a commercial business deal, if they're renting, they also pay the rates of the business as well. During that debate that we had around the main street, after we'd done that, and I went and saw a number of businesses on the main street, they said that it would have been better for us to give them money in hand because they needed cash rather than a rates reduction. They pay the rates themselves. Councillor Karamba, a question?
Yeah, so you're saying, just get this right, so the tenants pay the rates?
On a commercial lease.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah, okay, thank you.
That is my understanding.
If I can, through the Mayor, I'm just having a look at the actual property details, and the ownership for that particular property is the Christian Friendship Centre. So it is owned by them. So yeah, they wouldn't need a contract in place. It is owned.
Have you got a question, Councillor Krimber?
Yeah, so just following that then, if we did a rate reduction, they would actually benefit from that rate reduction, correct? Okay, thank you.
I think everybody has spoken on this that wants to speak. Councillor Kemp, do you want to close the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jenkins. It's interesting when you read section 166, discretionary rebates of rates. It talks about as a council decision and it's based on merit on each individual application along these lines. The reason why I think this one's important and maybe a little bit different to any other person, which is or organisation, non-profit or an op shop or a charity, whatever, is that they actually provide a religious service by literature out of their bookshop, to provide a cafe, where they serve reasonable cost, coffee and scones, whatever they serve, but also an opportunity for people to to discuss about religion issues. So yes, we don't have to be in the church to believe and practice our beliefs in religion. And I think in that case, that building is being used as a sort of a church style event, even though it's not designated as a church, but people go in there and talk about religion, they talk about their faith, they talk about their beliefs, and etc. So if we look at our City, Victor Harbor has a diversity commitment statement, it talks about religions, and this fits in that statement, that this is a different diverse way of people looking and practicing their religion in a space where they can get literacy, read books all about religion, they can talk to people about religion. It doesn't matter what denomination you are. So I think this is a little bit exceptional to the standard non-profit organisation OpShop. But again, we have the right. Council should be given reasonable consideration of granting of rebates under this section. It should not adopt a policy that excludes the consideration of applications for rebates on their merits. So I think, it's in the legislation, it's there for us to do. Each time we get an application, we'll debate it and we'll make a decision. We're not setting a precedence for anybody. Anybody can do this now, but if they choose not to, that's their decision. So I think it fits the criteria under 166B and J. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. I now put your motion to the floor. All those in favour? So, in favour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. 9.13, the 2023 Community Satisfaction Survey findings. I'm happy to do this on block. Moving on block, Councillor Mann, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Do either of you want to speak to that? Does anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Burns?
Just to say that it's good, the next step where the results will be looked at and looking at how council can improve those areas of concern for the community, and I think that's terrific.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Korembo and then Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in summary, it says here that that one of the lowest satisfaction ratings at 29% is to do with our maintenance of our roads, footpaths. I'm assuming stormwater. I think we should really make that a priority coming the next budget. The other thing that I had was more of a question. It says the Regional Community Sports and Recreation Precinct remains the community's top priority major project, with 67% giving the project importance rating 4 to 5 out of 5. Has this softened since we did the first consultation? I think those numbers are starting to go down, are they?
Yeah.
It went 3% down.
It did? Okay. And are we going to do any more consultation? I'm assuming once we get more of a costing and possible rate increase to pay for it?
You're talking about the precinct?
Yeah.
Yes, we will do more consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion about the recommendation? Sorry, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question to the CEO or the finance manager through you. Item 2 and 3, would that increase our budget? Because we are considering not actually doing it, so I'm not quite sure we actually budget for another community satisfaction survey next year. So I would imagine it's about $20,000 cost. So that will go on our budget, which we haven't budgeted for. So is that correct? Because the wording is very interesting.
Yep. So we're looking to consider budget allocations in 24, 25 for another survey, not in this financial year. We want to deal with the results we've got from 22 and 23. So yes, that's what it's saying.
Any further discussion? Councillor Mann, did you want to close the debate? Put this to the vote. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Community and development, they're driving the future. Once again, There is no impact on our budget in relation to this because it's based purely on grant funding. It's just the City of Victor Harbor auspicing this project. So the recommendation as read, the two-year trial of the Drive the Future initiative commencing July this year, $1,000 in the 20 plan and budget, offset by $40,000 grant and user contribution. Moving that way, Councillor Burns, and seconding Councillor Henderson. You want to speak to it?
Just that it's an important initiative for young people in the community. I look forward to hopefully the positive impact it will make.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Henderson, does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The Youth Development Officer position proposal, and the recommendation I'll do on block with the points 1, 2 and 3. Moving that way, Councillor Schiller, and seconding that, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schiller, do you want to speak to that?
I think this is a good move. I think grant allocations that we had for the last 2 years was worth trying, but it hasn't succeeded in its aims, and that what this decision is also a 2-year decision that can be reversed again. So it's worth having a trial of seeing if the youth officer, by having more time to allocate to the youth, and he's obviously in touch with them on a personal basis. I think this is a good move.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. Councillor Henderson, did you want to speak to this? No, does anybody? Councillor McKenzie?
Yeah, just on the grants thing as well. It can always be difficult to find a good applicant year after year for grants. So trialling this by giving the Youth Development Officer more time to develop what we can do internally, I feel as though it's a good move. And if anything happens down the track, we can always revisit it and reframe it. But for now, I feel as though this is a good move moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Corimba, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that this position can be revoked and that we're not potentially going to end up with another employee on the EB that is currently giving us financial stress. Is that correct? After 2 years, that person can be taken off that? Can it go?
We will have to come back to council for further funding after 2 years.
Okay, so so how does that work if they're a full-time employee?
We've got a 2-year contract.
2-year contract. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
They're currently at 0.5, so it's an increase to 0.8 for a 2-year period. And then if we were to continue to increase it to 0.8, it would need to come back.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Schiller, did you want to close the debate? There really wasn't much to rebuff. I'll put this to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Sorry, my pump is just telling me that I need to program something. We now point to 10.3. 10.3 is the Rotary Youth Driver Awareness Program, Ewan Terrace Road closures. I'll do that recommendation on block because that really goes to just the road closures that we're used to. Station 1 and 2. Thank you, Councillor Burns. And seconded by? Do either of you want to speak to this?
It's an excellent program. The feedback that has occurred to Rotary organisations has been very positive about this, so it's been terrific.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I'd encourage, if you're able to, for the elected members to go and just sit in on the initial briefing that the young people have prior to actually carrying out this program. And you understand very, very quickly how important it is to young people in rural communities. Mr. Quinton, Councillor Quinton, did you want to say anything? Does anybody want to say anything? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, just a notification, if you don't mind, Mayor, about conflict of interest, because this is a Rotary Club requirement and has money been allocated to it.
Well, I'm a member of Rotary, but I certainly don't see myself having any conflict of interest at all, so I'm not declaring one. Is there, oh, sorry, that was all you wanted to say, Councillor Kemp?
Yes, just that because the Rotary Club are receiving money from council in kind, I just thought of, just to remind members of their conflict of interest, but you said what you said, so that's fine.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? I'll put this to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, Councillor Kemp, were you against that?
No, sorry, I was answering Bridget about a form, so I missed the vote. Mind doing it again, please?
All those in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Environment and infrastructure. This is the renaming of the southern section of Pages Road. Would someone like to move that? Thank you, Councillor Schiller, seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Schiller?
I'd just like to say it's a great name.
Councillor Schofield? No, anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Just a question, if you don't mind, Mayor, through to the CEO. Should this not go to our Heritage Cultural Committee, who actually presents to council any recommendations for name changes of streets and reserves, etc., etc.? Should this not go to them first to make a recommendation?
It did come to a workshop. Were you at the workshop? We did come to a workshop that was discussed with the whole of the elected members.
Through the Mayor, you may wish it to, but ultimately council is the decision maker. So I think just given the historical significance of the name and the connection with the golf club, brought to the chamber. But if the chamber wishes it to go through the committee first, you can choose to do so.
The only reason why I asked the question because they do have a list of names, which they're looking forward to putting onto reserves and
they
streets.
do, and that's usually occurs if we don't have a name that's identified for a new suburb or a new subdivision where this name was actually brought to us by the golf club.
I beg your pardon, I don't think it did come to a workshop. I think it was a discussion that we had with the golf club. So my apologies for that. Any further discussion? Councillor Henderson?
Just to say this seems a very logical move to me. There are currently, I think, 3 different sections to Pages Road, which don't join up. So it's very confusing as it is at the moment.
Councillor Mann, have you got something you want to say? I'll put this to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We've done 12.2, the marathoning championships. So we now move to the Bluff Master Plan. The recommendation is that council receive and note the results of phase 2 public consultation and endorse the Bluff Master Plan as presented. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded, Councillor Schofield. Would either of you like to speak to this? No. Anyone like to speak to this? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Minutes of council committee meetings. First one is the Disability and Access and Inclusion Advisory. Thank you, Councillor Schiller. Seconded, Councillor Mann. Either of you want to speak to this?
I wasn't actually at this meeting, but one thing that's a recurring theme that the chamber need to be aware of is, and was letter was addressed to me about beach access, and we did actually have a budget bid that we removed, or I'm not sure if we ourselves removed or whether administration decided to defer, and it's not, I understand why it was deferred, and I'm quite happy with that. But next year, maybe we try and lock that one in.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. In relation to beach access, I thought, and I'll just perhaps ask Kelly might know, or Councillor Hayter might know, did we have a beach access map that went to Encounter Lakes, and is that still going? Because I can recall some time ago we actually got one.
Through the mayor, that I don't know about to Encounter Lakes, but there is one that we purchased to go near Kent Reserve, but it won't be there. It's not there during winter. It'll come back in the summer months.
So we do have it there. It was there during summer this year? It was, okay. Thank you. So that was moved by Councillor Schiller, seconded by Councillor Schofield. As Councillor Mann. Any further questions? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. 13.2 is the Rec Centre Management Committee meeting minutes. Someone like to move that those be received and noted? Councillor Kemp, seconded by Councillor Mann. Are there, do either of you want to speak to them? Any questions from anyone relating to the minutes? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Our subsidiaries and representative reports. The first one is the Whera Regional Waste Authority Financial Performance Report. The recommendations that Council endorsed that. If you've got any questions, Councillor Koremba is our representative on Whera. Do you want to speak to this recommendation, Councillor Koremba?
I was actually away for the last two meetings, so I won't be, I'll have some information, but possibly not all.
Okay, there's someone...
Sorry, and also a lot of our, all our meetings in confidence, so I don't actually know what I can tell you.
Yeah, okay, I'll follow that one up because I'm not aware of the meetings actually being in confidence in terms of general issues, given that things come to the council. So, for example, this is the budget review and financial performance. So you would be able to discuss that. But you moving that way, Councillor Mann, thank you, and seconding that, Councillor Burns, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Kemp, and then, oh, sorry, you want to speak to that, Councillor Burns?
I actually had two questions, if I could. Yeah. I just wanted to understand what the current negative equity amount is that the authority is looking to reduce if they have a surplus.
Okay, Councillor Koremba may be able to answer that for you as the representative.
Second question I had is that I understand each of the councils are provisioning in their budget a certain amount to do with the asbestos, and I believe there's a claim in with the insurance company. If they're successful and get money back, would that go into general revenue of the councils, or would that be retained, given I'm just not sure how that works?
Okay. Are you able to answer that, Councillor Koremba?
Not the first one. The second one, I don't know. I haven't heard of that money being paid back or anything to that effect. But as I said, I missed the last two meetings. So.
Okay. Perhaps, have we got a staff representative? Yeah, could you answer those?
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'm just trying to find the right page. 366.
362. It said if there is a surplus, recommended to reduce the negative equity authority. I was just wondering what the amount was that they're looking to reduce.
Yeah, so if you do look on page 366 to that table of statement of comprehensive income, yep, you'll see there's the ACM project income and ACM project finance costs. Yep. Just bear with me, I'm still looking at the next tables. 1 second.
Just that it wasn't obvious in the financial breakdown. That's all. And you can come back. I mean, it's not that urgent. I was just interested when I was reading it what the amount was that they were wanting to reduce.
Sorry, I can
That's
answer now. Through the Mayor, page 371. So you will see the bottom line in red is there's a negative sequence of numbers, the closing equity. And the line above that is the surplus that the authority is looking to generate in order to reduce that negative equity, that bottom line in the red. So if they don't produce a surplus, then they don't reduce the 20-year loan borrowings in that 20-year period. So they need to generate that same, or the surplus that they've actually determined in that budget in that line in order to make that 20-year plan for repaying their debt.
Was in regard to the insurance claim regarding the asbestos. If they are successful and the insurer will pay it out, does that monies go back to the Waste Authority or come back to the councils as general revenue?
Sorry, I can't answer that one.
Okay.
Councillor Quaremba might be in a better position. I'm on the audit committee, but that hasn't been discussed.
Yeah, that hasn't been discussed.
Maybe Councillor Quaremba, you could take that on notice and ask at the next meeting. Bring it back to us. Thank you. Are there any further discussions in relation to that recommendation or questions? Councillor Kemp.
Just a question for clarity through the CEO, and it's maybe more for new elected members as well as maybe some of the gallery or people watching online. Why does in some agenda items, things from subsidiaries that we endorse, things like performance report or budget review, and other times we receive a note? So what's the difference between those ones? We endorse and approve annual budgets and plans and things like that, but just a clarification just for people for knowledge.
Through the Mayor, in most cases, the subsidiaries are required to provide the constituent councils with quarterly budget reporting, and if that is consistent with what they have budgeted and there's no variation, then you're receiving and noting it. If they're looking for a variation or an increase, then would seek your approval. That's in most cases. I can't guarantee that that happens every time, but that's normally what occurs.
Thank you. That's a good clarification for everyone now to know the difference between receiving and noting and endorsing. Thank you.
There any further discussion? If not, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 14.2 is the Falluria Regional Aquatic Centre Authority budget review. Councillor Schiller is our council representative on there, so she may be able to answer any questions that you have. You moving the recommendation, Councillor Schiller? Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to that?
I do.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller.
Just to recap, I've said this many times before, we've been working hard on the board, and obviously the Falluria Aquatic Centre is under scrutiny a lot of the time at the moment. I'd say that we currently have a tender process going, looking at energy efficiency. We also are looking at our resourcing into the future and haven't come to a complete decision on that, and CEO knows, can give you more information if you wish. This is an essential service for a number of groups of people. The energy costs are eating into our our ability to run this particular facility. And because we are addressing that issue and trying to move forward, I think that we need to make sure we stay on the game and don't get lost in the figures that you might see in front of you.
Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to this? Does anybody have any questions, want to say anything? Councillor Karembo?
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand that there's obviously ongoing costs with the aquatic centre, and we say that it's an essential service. What were people using prior to this coming here, before we had the aquatic centre?
Many were travelling to Noarlunga or the repatriation hospital for rehabilitation, or they were using the Artis 7 swim centre in the primary school, which is a 17 metre. It's a very small pool, or they were using the ocean.
Okay, and there's also a pool, I think, at McCracken as well, is that right?
Yeah, but that's a private pool. It's not generally open to the public for swimming lessons.
Okay. My other question was, as part of the consultation, you're going out to find solutions for your ever-increasing power costs. I believe we're going to be going, or you're going to be going for some money through a grant funding project. Is that the same grant funding project that we potentially will be tapping into for the sports and rec centre?
Through the Mayor, I believe that question was already answered. And
so
yes,
so
it is, but it's a
definitely
separate project.
Yeah.
And you can actually, it's a different organisation, or you can apply for more than one grant.
And there's no chance that because we're having two bites of the apple that it may affect us.
They're different apples. You're not having two bites. And that you asked that question previously, Councillor.
Sorry, that's what I'm just saying. I'm just want to clarify. You're saying it's two. I thought it was two. That funding is all coming from the one source, though, like that one.
And you can apply for those funds as often as you want to.
Cool. Thanks.
Any further discussion or questions? Put that to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Just to also note, question you raised, Councillor Karembo, I'm not sure whether you're aware the federal government announced while we were in Canberra a $100 million energy efficiency grant for community, particularly for local government, to find energy efficiency provisions for community facilities. So there is now an additional grant available. It's not that grant that you referred to, is not the only grant. There are others now available, and that's only recently been announced by the federal government.
Yeah, I saw that grant. So is that the one that we're going to be applying for the FRACA?
I think they're going to explore all options.
All options. Okay, thanks.
14.3, the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority Audit Committee members reappointment. And Carol Schofield is our representative on the Horse Tram Authority. So she may be able to answer any questions that you have. And I'll do those two recommendations on block. Someone happy to move them on block? Thank you, Councillor Mann, seconded by Councillor Schofield. Do you have anything you want to say, Councillor Mann? Councillor Schofield? Anyone have any questions? Councillor Burns?
Sorry, I was just going to comment that I'll be supporting this because I think that the Horse and Tram Authority are making huge efforts to try and reduce their costs, and always happy to support those that are trying, and I think the results are coming in of their efforts, and I applaud them for that.
Thank you. I think they're certainly doing great guns. Any further discussion? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. There are no matters of urgency. There are no questions on notice. Are there any questions without notice? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Okay.
Sorry, I just went past.
Okay, yeah. Questions without notice. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I've got two. First one is through the investment attraction strategy. I believe that's closed now for public consultation, but I'm getting a lot of pushback from the community, and I'll read out the area that it really refers to, because I think it has some major concerns. 3.7 of the strategy talks about initiate discussions with private hospital investors to identify the level of interest in developing an independent private hospital in Victor Harbor, the market thresholds required for viability and game-changing elements required to invest in a private hospital in Victor Harbor. We already have a private hospital, so why are we having a strategy to invest in a different one, or call for investors to develop a separate one in competition? I thought we would put our energies into the private one we've got already. So that's the pushback I'm getting back from the community over that statement in the strategy. If that could be answered, thank you.
Well, I'd need to take it on notice. Obviously, a lot of the information and elements within the strategy were drawn from the stakeholder groups that were fed into that strategy. So when it actually does come back to the chamber to receive the consultation, we'll be able to have that discussion and take it on board.
And the other one is it's in the advertiser day, and plus determination of remuneration tribunal, minimum maximum chief officer remuneration that's come out now. I just wanted a question to CEO through the Mayor. Did our council submit any information to the tribunal on the CEO's remuneration package, of what band that the CEO would sit in, and that would include how much she's in, the CEO is entitled to receive?
Through the Mayor, so I'm aware that the council completed the survey, so every council was surveyed and had to give information about what existing salaries are. In regards to the submissions, I wasn't here during that time, so no, I didn't submit a submission, and I don't believe the acting CEO did.
So we did submit one.
We completed the survey that was required. All councils completed a survey, and I know the acting CEO facilitated that, but we didn't actually submit a submission in. I think CEOs were required to do that. I was on leave during that time.
Okay, it's just as a curiosity, because I believe, my understanding that your current tech package or your value is, within a certain range, which is a band 7 on the current system, the new system, but that puts your into a band 6, which is certainly a great higher range, about $30,000-$40,000 more. I'm just wondering why that happened or how that happened, because if your remuneration or your tech package comes to council for endorsement, because that's our role to do that, why we weren't privy to the survey, what was sent back by this council, because I think the tribunal took that survey that was sent back to allocate you into a higher bracket for remuneration.
It was my understanding councils weren't surveyed or did submissions, and it was actually the responsibility of the Independent Remuneration Tribunal to make their recommendations based on current information and an assessment against existing salaries across the state. They did a comparison with Western Australia, who have a similar system. So it's not a matter of we gave them a figure and they slotted us into a band. They actually did an assessment of what they recommend, a minimum and a maximum of CEOs based on a number of criteria and where they should sit. So to be honest, I know there's the LGA sent out a circular which you may have received directly, which gave some information about that remuneration review, and also in regards to recognition, remuneration, or recognition benefits, another matter in the same circular. I can forward it to members. But I actually think it was the responsibility of the tribunal to actually make their own independent determination. If CEOs were going to set their own salary levels, then I don't know why we had a tribunal. So certainly wasn't just slotted into a band. They've made the recommendation of where they think various CEOs should sit. There's a lot of disparities in there. I mean, you've got Yorke Peninsula CEO sits at level 4. You've got neighbouring councils sit at a 7 and a 5. It's the first time it's been done. It'll be interesting to see what feedback comes back from it.
I know that you can go to the tribunal website, and maybe if the council administration could do this, also send out a report that actually outlines some of the things you were saying about how the tribunal came to those decisions as part of the one from the LGA. So that would be good information for everyone to
I'll send members a copy of it, because you will need to have that information in consideration. It also states that existing CEOs. It's still the determination of the chamber when they undertake a performance review, as you will do with me in the coming months. And it's totally up to the council. It's a minimum, a maximum, a range, and then again, it's still a determination of the council to make that decision.
Any other questions without notice? Councillor Corimbo.
So are you this is the stuff you're referring to, that was the article that was in the Advertiser today? Is that's what you're okay? My question is, well, first of all, it's thank you to Councillor Henderson for sending that really detailed email with, I think there was 10 responses. So I do appreciate for that information. I just had one question regarding your first statement. It said that, and I'm just reading it here, I first inquired about the requirements of an RP park facility around 5 to 6 years ago.
Councillor Corimbo, they're not appropriate questions for questions without notice. If you want to ask Councillor Henderson about something,
yeah, well, it's more to do with how we operate as a council, because she said that she got advice 5 to 6 years ago, and I'm just interested to know who that advice came from, that's all.
Yep.
Nothing more.
Yep.
I wasn't here 6 years ago, so I'm not sure who the advice is
No,
from.
because I know you said we didn't know anything about it, so I want to make sure that whoever's giving this advice is not giving incorrect advice, that's all. And if it is someone in the administration, or maybe we need to address
The answer is I can't remember who it was. It was a telephone conversation. I didn't write it down.
Point of order.
Oh,
Questions without notice are not to discuss or interrogate other elected members. They're to ask the administration any questions that you have that involve community and that are important to community. There's no reason why questions cannot be asked of administration outside of the council. You know, you can ask your questions by email, you can talk to the CEO. We have to be also careful and mindful that as council members, we are not utilising knowledge that we know as council members in our role as council and ask questions that may be disrespectful of other members. So just keep that in mind.
Okay,
Are there any other questions without notice? No? Okay. Because it is 9:30, we need to move a motion to continue on. We have got a few things to do, and then we've got a couple of 3 items and then confidential items. I think probably another half an hour to 3/4 of an hour left. So if someone would like to, if I move that we continue on for another 3/4 of an hour, do I have someone to second that? Who's seconding that, Councillor Henderson? All those in favour? Okay, those against? That's carried, thank you. So at 9:15, we'll finish, or we'll move another motion. 10:15. Motion on notice. We've done that. We've done Councillor Kemp's motions. So we now move to Councillor Schiller's motions. Proposed speed limit review within the town centre. Now, Councillor Schiller, you said that administration had reworded your motion.
It was not, it's come from me because basically I didn't want to add another potential $20,000 to the budget. This is not something that needs to be solved straight away. So that's why I've rejigged what I had in my motion. So I'll ask either the CEO or the Mayor to read it, obviously, because of my situation.
That's fine. I'll ask the CEO to read that for you if you like.
So Councillor Schiller's alternate motion is that as part of the 24-25 budget deliberations, I repeat that, 24-25 budget deliberations, Council considers allocating $20,000 in the operating budget to undertake a review of speed limits within the Sydney Harbour Town Centre with a view to consider 40-kilometre speed limits in areas of heavy pedestrian use.
Do I have a seconder for that? If I don't have a seconder for that, the motion will lapse. Thank you, councillor Quinton. Councillor Schiller, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I think in the future, speed limits will reduce. I think it's at the moment we haven't kept up with pace of our very car-centric maybe attitudes that people have, and that we'll be looking at both pedestrians, cyclists, scooter users, and trying to get a better mix for all of those people, and particularly in this city central area that I'm talking about. Most people in the busier periods of traffic flow can't get beyond 40 kilometres an hour, but what can occur is that if it's, the traffic is light, people have that ability to be travelling at 50 kilometres an hour, and so by reducing the speed limit to 40 in a limited area, not a big area, you will provide safety for pedestrians, cyclists, children, people with disabilities. And I had 3 areas there that I sort of highlighted, and this review potentially could look at other areas that I haven't particularly thought of. But the first place that I had listed in my original motion was, which could be the most tricky one probably, because it's going to be, I assume, a DIT road, and that is from the McDonald's roundabout, just prior to the McDonald's roundabout, right through to beyond the Torrens/Victoria Street roundabout. My rationale behind that location is that we've now got McDonald's, we've got a new medical centre going in on the opposite side of the main street. We've also got other fast food destinations along there. The Drake's Car crossing point, which is just past that particular roundabout, is heavily used by the community, and I don't cross there at all because it is just too hard to navigate across that particular crossing. So we're getting an increase of pedestrians having to cross at multiple points across that whole section of that road of Hindmarsh/Torrens. The second location that I identified was from Victoria Street, along Victoria Street, past Nino's, and around the corner past the Hotel Victor. That's another area where there's a heavy use of people with pedestrians and potentially cyclists and so forth. And at the moment, as far as I'm aware, it's 50 k's all the way around past Nino's and into the next part of the road, which I'm not sure what it's called, which turns around and then we'll come past the Hotel Victor and hit the Esplanade. The third location that I had was from Hotel Victor on the Esplanade, heading towards past the beach car park, which is probably the Esplanade car park, going past the horse tram and the amusements. Right through that whole area is the most heaviest location for people, pedestrians, bicycles, children, etc., right through to the bowling green, past the bowling green. And obviously we will be looking at the pedestrian crossing there in the future, but that also is a 50k zone in some of those areas, and there may be other parts of the Esplanade that also need to be looked at beyond Hotel Victor up where the beach markets could be, but I've particularly looked at that stuff to the left of the Hotel Victor. So I think the 40k's is not that common at this point, but I think that communities will be looking at lowering their speed limits in those shared zones in the future, and that we should be forward thinking rather than being quite so car centric. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schiller. Councillor Quinton, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I can understand the Councillor Schiller's point here. There is, it's a very car-centric area. My concern really is just putting in another speed limit within an area which could potentially become very confusing for motorists, and going from a 60k zone to a 50k zone down to a 40 back to a 50 could become very confusing.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield?
We have raised the issue around the horse tram and the amusements before. My car actually tells me if I go over 20, I'm over the limit. And, but I mean, you are right. There's been several very close calls there. People tend to think because of the paving, it's just right away, so they'll walk out in front of the cars, and it is a bad bend. But I think if we're going to look at reducing the speed limit, there then needs to be some sort of plan in educating the community, because the cars do come around that corner, in particular around 60 or 70 k's. So I don't think just us going in and reducing speed limits are going to overcome some of the problems. I think we need to think a little bit deeper in how we can make the people see the signs. And when you travel overseas, most of the signs or speed limits are on the road. Is that another option, that we put 50 k's or 40 k's or something imprinted on the road? I know staff have in that particular area put up extra crossing signs and speed limit signs, but it's not making any difference. So I think we need to look at another strategy on how we can actually look at the areas in our community, and then, okay, if we're going to do that, how are we going to make it work?
Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, firstly, I'm interested to hear what Councillor Schofield drives, because I reckon a few of our community drive similar cars. I think as well, if you look at the main street, there's also the 30 sections through there, so it'll be a bit of a 60, 50, 40, 30, 50 scenario driving through town. I definitely see where the intent is and understand that. I think it's funny how within an hour we're already looking at the budget for next year and adding things in for consideration. But yeah, at this stage, I'm not going to be supporting this one.
Councillor Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand all the discussions here. I'm probably leaning more towards what Councillor Schofield said. I think you need to look at a broader solution, but I also think you need to look at data. It's all very well saying, look, I've been here on this day and had a look at things, but data will actually give a lot of information. And I think we need to be, council are constantly looking themselves, and I think it's useful to get back where there's particular areas of concern that we look at. I probably think there's a better solution than this. I think it's good to be identified, but I think we need to look at a broader, and certainly work with administration who really specialise in looking at this and getting some information back on solutions that they think would work as well.
Thank you. Just to point out, this is about allocating money to undertake a review. Yeah. So it's to get that data rather than actually doing it. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I just find it interesting that we're having a discussion about having a discussion in 12 months' time. 9:45 must be the reason why. I think I'll move an amendment to this motion to make it a bit more better, to actually delete the word deliberations and delete consider, to actually allocate 20,000 in the 24 budget to do a traffic management study, because that is something worth talking about, not talking about a discussion for a discussion. So I support what Angela's trying to achieve, but yeah, we just 10 minutes on this.
We're starting on next. Does somebody second Councillor Kemp's amendment? Yeah. Councillor Burns? Do you want to speak? You've spoken to your amendment. Do you want, no. Can we vote on the amendment, please? All those in favour of the amendment? Those against the amendment? That amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion. Is there any more? And if you've spoken to the amendment, you've spoken on the motion. Is there any, Angela, I'll get you to close the discussion when I've finished, if no one else wants to speak to it. Anyone else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Schiller, do you want to close the motion?
Hang on. The reason that my original motion, not being aware of the budget and the implications, that's why it was placed as a motion on notice. I took notice of what the administration had told me, and so that's why I've put it here, because I'm putting it here on notice. I'm identifying an issue, which is that we've got to take more account of people and pedestrians in that location. This is not locking us into the specific spots that I actually identified, but it's considering it. And if we don't start talking about it right now, what's going to happen is we get to next year and we say, we look at everything else around it and it doesn't get considered. So the more you talk about these sorts of things, the better chance you have of getting it in the budget next year. So I stand by my motion quite strongly.
Now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. Item motions without notice. So we move to motions without notice. And can I just remind councillors need to adhere to the guiding principles. So with motions without notice, it's important that there are no budget implications and that it's informed decision making. So nothing that's complex via information that elected members may not have. So otherwise it's a motion on notice. Are there any motions without notice? No. Items. And the first recommendation, and this is in relation to the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre, is that we go because the agenda item is information, the disclosure of which could reasonably expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the council is proposing to conduct business. Does someone want to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Burns, and seconded. Thank you, Councillor Schofield. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Charles, we're in the middle of a council meeting. It's inappropriate for you to go up and talk to councillors. To all of those that are listening at home, good night.